I didn't want them bugging the court coordinators all the time. But I can't imagine with Zoom and submissions and all these dockets and each court kind of doing it differently, how they're managing. It's got to be a tough job.
It is, I'm sure.
Judge, I'm going to log in with my iPad, so let me in because I'm getting some crackling on the iPad.
Got it. All right, I think we're ready to go as soon as we have Ms.
My client
Q.
is here, Judge. Do you want her on screen or can she?
Yeah. Hold on.
Sorry.
I didn't leave quick enough. Sorry. Hang on.
Do you have the capability of having a camera on her, Mr. Mahoney?
I do, Judge. I just need to do the same thing as I log in with my iPad and no audio. So I'll do it
Okay.
like I did yesterday. Yes, sir.
All right, Minnie, before we get on the record, just to let you know, we have, the petitioner has testified. We're in the petitioner's case in chief though, and we're on the continuing the direct examination of an adverse witness by Mr. Mahoney of Mr. Q. Whenever you're ready, let me know. And I guess, Minnie, let me tell you what's already in evidence.
Sure.
Do you need that? Or
Sure.
on respondent side, we have respondents 1 through 5 that are admitted.
Okay.
Respondents 7 through 24 submitted.
Okay.
Respondents 26 is in. Respondents 28 through 37 is in.
Okay.
And then we have what's referred to as RV1, respondents video 1 through RV5 has been admitted.
Okay.
And then on petitioner's side, we have petitioners 1 through 4 in evidence.
Okay.
6 through 9 is in evidence.
Okay.
11, 14 through 16, and 20 are all in.
Okay. Okay, we're on redirect of Mr. Q by Mr. Mahoney.
No, we're on direct. Directive,
right.
Directive witness of Mr. Q by Mr. Mahoney. So
And
we're in
Judge-
petitioner's case in chief.
I just realized since I assume we're only doing 2 witnesses, I hadn't even said anything, but I would like to invoke the rule just to make sure that I don't think that's an issue, but
I don't have any other witnesses, so
okay. I just wanted to make sure that I just realized we've been streaming for a day and we never actually talked about it. So make sure we're invoking
All right,
the rule.
I'll go ahead and admonish them, but it doesn't sound like we're going to have any additional witnesses. But Mr. and Ms. Q, you are under the rule, which means if you're anticipating calling someone as a witness other than the 2 of you, you're not allowed to have any conversations with that person, and they're not allowed to watch on YouTube or listen to any of the testimony. If they have, or you have a conversation with them, they will be prohibited from testifying on your behalf. So just make sure if there's anybody you're thinking you might potentially call, that you don't tell them anything that's happening during these proceedings and that they're not watching this stuff on YouTube. All right, thank you for that, Ms. Lefevre. Minnie, are you ready? Are we
I
on?
am. Yes.
Okay. The court's back on the record in cause number 19 DCV 268181 in the matter of the marriage of Natalie Q and Alan Joseph Q. The court just, the rule was just invoked by Mrs. Lefevre, and the court just gave some warnings to the parties about the rule. We're in day 2 of our trial, and we're going to pick up where we left off yesterday. We are on the petitioner's case in chief. We're on the direct examination of an adverse witness by Mr. Mahoney of Mr. Q. And Mr. Mahoney, you may proceed when you're ready.
And Judge, before we get started, I would stipulate, there were some exhibits that were tendered this morning. I will go ahead and stipulate to respondents 38 through respondents 46.
All right, R38 through R46 are being offered at this time.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Mahoney, give me just a second. I will.
Art?
Let's see. Sorry, the exhibits aren't labeled. I can stipulate as to petitioners 24. And
just from my notes, what is a brief summary of what petitioners 24 is, Mr. Mahoney?
petitioners 24 is Ms. Ku's 2020 W-2 from First United Methodist Church.
Okay.
And we'll stipulate to P22 as well. That is an email correspondence between Mr. and Mrs. Ku with regard to the freeze. Looks like it spans from February 17th. I think it's just that day, February 17th.
Okay. Petitioners 22 and petitioners 24 are admitted, and respondents 38 through respondents 46 are admitted.
And Mr. Mahoney, I don't know about P21. It's just the images aren't all showing up, so I just can't at this time because it's just not complete.
I understand. I don't know why it did that. It just came across. I think those are the only images. They just didn't download. For some reason, it put blank pages in there. I'm not, it's beyond my pay grade to know exactly how or why that happened, but.
Okay, we can just get there. We get there.
Okay. May I proceed, Judge?
You may.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Q.
Good morning.
Now, Mr. Q, when we left off yesterday, or roundabout at the end of the day yesterday, we were addressing that W-2 that I guess what I'll refer to as the second W-2 that came up yesterday. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I had a screenshot of it that was admitted into evidence as petitioners 20. I'm not going to put it up because of the live stream issue, but you remember the screenshots that I had yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then this morning, I received from your attorney a revised, or not a revised, but an additional respondents 39 that had the same W-2.
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, sir, yesterday you kind of gave it the old slant eye squint when I put it up on the screen and acted like you didn't know what it was. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Well, sir, where did you find it overnight? Your own copy?
I called my HR department in Phoenix and asked for clarification on what that was.
Okay.
And
And I'm not asking what anybody said, but
Yeah.
my question was, where did you find your own copy overnight?
She had me log into my portal, and it was under a different profile because at the beginning of the year, our company changed portal profiles on our HR login stuff through UltiPro. Instead of Alliance Residential Realty, it was under Alliance Residential Incorporated. So I had to go through and click that tab, and it pulled it up, and I was able to download it.
So were you able, again, without telling us what anybody said at this point, were you able to figure out where that money is from or where those numbers came from?
Yes, sir. That's my retirement.
Okay, so we established yesterday that you didn't put any money into your retirement in 2020, save and except a small amount in January of 2020, right?
Correct.
And then it's your testimony that your company issued you a W-2 for more than $48,000 for your retirement account from 2020?
Yes, that money was already in there. The reason why they issued me a W-2 was because they still, even though I stopped contributing, they were still contributing a small amount to me, even though I had zero. And you'll see in my paychecks stubs, you'll see in there, it shows where they still contributed along throughout the year, even though I had changed it to zero.
And I appreciate that. And you gave us I think it's a transaction history that's been admitted into evidence, right?
Yes.
Okay. But the problem is if we go through that transaction history without putting it on the screen because of the numbers of your information on it, it doesn't add up to $48,000, does it?
No, that money was already in there from the previous year.
Okay.
Yeah, there was already a balance going forward. And then since it's a retirement account, I guess with the stock market, the way that works, it will increase or decrease depending upon the market. And so therefore it's been increasing since the money's just been sitting in there.
Okay. But why is the community having to pay taxes on that money that you're saying nobody received?
It's not being, that's why I was trying to clarify with her why it was sent that way. And she sent me an email and said, here's your retirement account. This is what it's for. And it's still in the savings account. It's still in there. I've not received it. You can see that there's a balance in my Transamerica account of that money. I believe I sent that as well. So it's not been an income. It's from my retirement account.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to clarify. I'm not a tax expert, so I'm going to have to clarify and figure out with H&R Block what I do with that going forward. If it's not the correct form, if it was supposed to go in as some sort of savings. I think they call them 1099s or something like that. Yeah.
Have you ever received 2 W-2s in the past?
When I had 2 jobs.
Okay, good answer, because that was a terrible question. Let me try it again. When you have worked for this company and this company only, have you ever received 2 W-2s from this company?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And so, just so that I understand.
Yes.
When is the last time that you've withdrawn any money from your 401k with this company?
I don't know if I've ever drawn anything from there. I think maybe when Natalie and I were first in some financial troubles, we might have withdrawn some a couple of years ago. But other than that, unless she did it without my knowledge, I don't know of any time that I've withdrawn it within the past few years, at least. Yeah.
Okay. So it's your sworn testimony that you did not take any money out of the 401k with your current employer for tax year 2020.
Yes.
And it's your sworn testimony that you did not receive any additional income other than what's reflected in the first W-2 that we talked about yesterday.
Yes.
Now, we have also, we talked yesterday about the, and I'm sorry, I can't even keep my own kids straight, so I'm probably not gonna be able to keep yours straight, but
okay.
When was it Kale that was hospitalized?
Yes.
Okay. And when Kale was hospitalized, his mother took him to the emergency room, right?
That or he was taken with an ambulance. I'm not clear how he got there originally.
Okay, but there was some communication back and forth between the two of you, right?
Limited, yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, did you feel like she kept you informed of what was going on?
Only after she had spoken with her lawyer. Before that, I was kind of being kept in the dark.
You mean in the dark, like if there was no electricity, then you would be in the dark?
As a reference, yes, that's a great one.
Okay.
Yes.
And so during that time, with the technology that we have today, we can see how she communicated with you about what was going on, right?
Yes.
And so if I show you what's been admitted as respondents 45. I'm sorry, let me make sure that may I screen share, Judge?
Nay.
Sir, do you see there in front of you respondents 45?
Yes.
And so do you recall approximately, or do you know what date that this began on?
That was in March,
March,
mid to late March.
March of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And well, first let me ask you this. Do you see the picture there of your wife in your phone?
Yes.
Now you have to go in and program which picture comes up, right?
Correct.
Is there a reason why you put her mugshot up there, sir?
Because it used to be us kissing.
So instead of being y'all kissing, you thought it would be more appropriate to put her mugshot?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
That's the picture I wanted there.
Okay. And you let your kids talk to their mom on your phone, right?
It doesn't show that picture.
Objection non-responsive.
No, but yes, I do.
Okay. You let your kids go through your phone and call their mother?
No, I give them the phone. They don't go through my phone.
If I'm understanding you correctly, sir, you don't think that's a problem. You think that's appropriate, right?
Yes, because they don't see the picture.
Okay. Now, this is the correspondence that you got from Miss Q and when she took Kale to the hospital. And initially, you told her that you wanted to come be with her or be with Kale, and she told you to contact the attorneys, right?
Yes.
Now, again, this is March of 2020. It's pretty early in the process, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you asked some questions, and obviously the judge can read it, so we don't need to read it to him. But do you agree with me that?
Can we leave it there so he can read it then?
I'm sorry?
Can we leave it there so he can read it?
I'm reading the exhibit on another screen, but thank you.
Oh, okay.
Sir, do you agree with me that whether you like her answers or you don't like her answers, at least she's responding to you?
Yes, she responded. Yes.
Okay. And do you think that it was important for her to respond to you?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, for example, here at 10:29, you say what hospital, well, I'm sorry, at 10:28, you ask her what hospital did they transfer you to? You see that?
Yes.
1 minute later, she responds and tells you Memorial Hermann Sugarland, right?
Yes.
She wasn't trying to hide where they were going, was she?
There's 3 Memorial Hermann Sugarlands in that area. I had to go through 2 before I found that one.
Well, sir, how could you have possibly have known that when you immediately wrote back and said address?
Because I punched it in to my phone.
Okay. So you wanted her to give you, I mean, did you need her to send somebody to come pick you up?
No, I need to know which one it was. I went to 2 hospitals before I got to the one he was at.
So at 10:28, she told you, I'm sorry, 10:29, she told you Memorial Hermann Sugarland. And by 10:41, 12 minutes later, you had already gone to 2 other hospitals?
No, I had gone to the first one.
Well, I thought you said you went to 2 others.
No, at this time I had gone to the first one, which is why I sent her the thing again. What's the address?
Well, sir, you sent her, what's the address at 1041 and 1042?
Yeah,
Right.
I was in panic, correct.
You're not exaggerating, sir, are you?
No, what do you mean?
Well, how did you go to two different hospitals in that 1 minute?
I just told you that text message was sent after the first hospital I went to.
Okay, that was at 1041.
Yes.
Okay, and then at 1042, you sent that one after the second hospital you went to?
No, I just sent it again and repeated it.
Okay,
Because if you look right there very clearly, I put addressed room. And then, because as you can see, I'm trying to type in a panic. And then I said, what's the, and then address. So that's basically one text message fully put together. I mean, if I have to explain myself like that, that's, I was just told my son tried to kill himself and hurt his sister and stab her. I'm in a panic driving to hospitals trying to find it. Obviously, my communication right there, jumbled up in messages, is a little bit frantic, as you can see.
I understand. So
Yes.
you want the judge to give you a little bit of leeway because this was a stressful time. Is that what I hear you saying?
I'm not asking for leeway. I'm explaining my text.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we certainly don't want the judge to give Miss Q any leeway, right?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Well, sir, could you tell me, sir, where in this exhibit is her correspondence to you inappropriate?
Back to the top.
Okay, let's start right here. Where it's inappropriate because she says contact the attorneys?
That's not co-parenting.
Sir, did you not understand my question?
Yes, it's inappropriate.
Okay.
Yes.
And again, this is March, a year ago. So this is a year ago, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she says, I'm not comfortable with you coming to the hospital, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's inappropriate.
Yes.
Now there was an injunction that said she couldn't be within 100 feet of you, right?
Yes, but I believe it talks about,
Jackson non-responsive after yes.
Sustained after yes.
Now, you don't think she should have been concerned about that injunction
no,
because it's not important to follow the court's order, or why would we not follow that part of the order?
because it concerns the safety of my children.
Okay, is there an exception somewhere that says it concerns the safety of your children that you're
I
aware
believe-
of?
I believe there is something speaking to that nature within the injunctions about co-parenting with the children and agreements that we can make with each other. And plus, Judge Bell specifically told us in our
Jackson
temporary hearing.
non-responsive.
Sustained.
Sir, my question was, is there an exception in the temporary orders regarding the 100 feet injunction at all?
To my knowledge, yes. Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And we'll come back to that in a second. But if we go down here at 1040, she asked you if you'll come at 6 o'clock, she'll go home and get the other two kids ready for school, right?
Where are we at? Oh, yes, yes. Okay.
Okay.
Yes,
Is that inappropriate?
yes.
How is that inappropriate?
My son was in the hospital. I wanted to be with him at that moment, not at 6 a.m. There's an emergency going on. Both parents need to be there.
Sir, didn't you have two other children that needed a parent as well?
They were with a babysitter at the time. I couldn't get that. I don't believe I could get that out of her either, where they were.
Well, sir, could you tell us in this exhibit where you even asked about them?
I don't see it right here.
Was there other correspondence somewhere?
I'm not sure if it was a phone call or what it was.
Okay. Was there other correspondence, sir?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. When did you ask about the other kids?
After I got to the hospital and found Kale.
Okay. Right here at 10:47, she specifically asked you, please respect the restraining order. Do you see that?
Yes,
Now you're aware that it wasn't actually a restraining order. It was actually an injunction, right?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
yeah,
Well, sir, you agree with me that at a minimum, she's referring to it as a restraining order, right?
yes,
Now, this is in March, just 4 months after she had been arrested, right?
yes.
You don't think she was worried about that, sir?
No,
Okay.
I mean,
So at 12:45, by this time, I guess you're at the hospital, right?
yes,
At 3:36 in the morning, she says you can come back and I'll leave for a little bit, right?
yes,
Hey, was that inappropriate?
no,
So then you come back and she leaves, gives you time to spend with Kale, right?
yes,
In fact, she even says, I'll stay out here. I'll go to a different part of the hospital and stay somewhere else so that you can eat breakfast with him and spend some time with him, right?
after she spoke to her lawyer, yes,
Well, she spoke to her lawyer, sir, between 4 and 6 a.m.
yes, she testified to that yesterday.
Sir, you heard her testify yesterday that she spoke to her lawyer between 4 and 6 a.m.?
Yes, she did.
Right. What lawyer did she speak to, sir?
She said that yesterday.
What? No,
I don't, I'm guessing the Hoff, I think her name was, maybe.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Now, just to clarify, at 4:18, she's telling you, spend time with him. I'll come back at 6:30. Is that right?
Yes,
Now, at $7:20, so I guess at 6. I'm sorry, at 7:24 a.m., she asked you, are you still at the hospital, right?
yes.
Okay, and you say no. Where did you go, sir?
I went home to shower.
At
Oh,
8:24.
no, I'm sorry. At that moment, I didn't go home. I went to my job site because it's right next to the house and I showered there. I had brought clothes with me. Sorry, I'm just remembering that's what I did.
Okay. At 8:24, you say, has he talked to the specialist yet? At 8:24, within a minute, she writes back and says, no, I'll update you when they arrive, right?
Yes,
Now, this was an emergency situation, was it not?
yes,
Sir, whether you like what she's saying or not, she's at least communicating with you, is she not?
yes,
Okay. Now, is that communication with the other parent important in an emergency situation?
yes,
In fact, she even tells you after the evaluation, she tells you that she's gathering up literature and she'll send it to you as soon as she gets it together, right?
yes,
Now, we had another emergency situation that was about 11 months after this hospitalization, didn't we?
yes.
And
If you're
at that-
referring to freeze,
And at that time, in that emergency situation, you had an opportunity to return the favor, didn't you?
yes,
You could communicate with her and let her know how the kids are doing, couldn't you?
Yes,
Well then, sir, why didn't you?
I clarified at the very beginning, we were okay.
Objection, non-responsive.
I did.
Sustained.
Sir, if in these messages from the hospital, she had responded to every time you ask a question, written back and said, "We're at Memorial Sugar Land, we're fine," would that have been appropriate?
Can you repeat that, please?
Let's say that every time when they were in the hospital, let's say every time you ask a different question, she wrote back with the same thing. "Hey, we're at Memorial Sugar Land, we're fine." Would that have been appropriate?
No,
How about if she had just not responded at all? Would that have been appropriate?
no.
Well, sir, let me ask it this way.
Mm-hmm.
Given that testimony, were your responses to her during the freeze appropriate?
Yes,
So it was appropriate for you just to ignore her questions during the freeze? Is that your testimony, sir?
yes.
Why was it appropriate? Well, let me back up. Was the freeze an emergency situation with regard to the children, in your opinion?
No,
Okay. What wasn't that important? Wasn't that dangerous, right?
no, we were not in danger. No,
Well, sir, do you think that your child was in danger when he was sitting in Memorial Hermann Hospital being monitored by all the doctors?
yes.
Right. What was going to happen to him there at the hospital, sir?
His mental health is not just physical.
Okay. So what danger was he in when he was there at Memorial Hermann with the doctors?
Not having the support of his parents.
Okay. Anything else?
That's pretty big. You have kids, you know.
What does this have to do with my kids?
No, I'm saying mentally, kids need the support of their parents.
Well, I agree.
Yeah.
And it turns out I could respond to text messages during the freeze, but why couldn't you?
I responded via email.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Why couldn't you respond to text messages during the freeze, sir?
Well, first of all, during the freeze, I have to go outside to the parking lot to get on the phone.
Well, we wouldn't want you to get cold, right?
You want me to leave my kids in
Objection
here?
argumentative.
Sustained.
Well, sir, did you just ask me if I wanted you to leave your kids there by themselves?
Yeah,
Because that would be inappropriate for you to leave the kids there by themselves, wouldn't it?
yes.
Well, sir, who was there with the kids when the police came for the welfare check?
Me.
Sir, is it your sworn testimony that you were at the apartment with the children when the police came that night for the welfare check?
Yes.
Okay, what police officer did you talk to, sir?
There was two of them. I don't know their names. A male and a female police officer. I'm not sure what their name was.
Sir, you're telling this judge under oath that when the police came the first time, you were there in the apartment with the children.
They only came.
Objection asked and answered.
Ruled.
They came one time. I'm not sure what you're talking about. They came
Sir,
twice.
You're not aware that the police came the first time and you weren't there and they had to wait for you to get there?
Objection assumes facts, not an evidence.
Sustained.
Sir, did the police have to wait for you to get back when they came for the welfare check?
Yes, they arrived. I walked to the
Objection,
front door.
non-responsive after yes.
Yes,
Sustained.
Where were you, sir, when the police came for the welfare check?
refilling the water.
You, at that time, sir, you could step out of the apartment to go refill the water?
It's 20 yards.
Objection, non-responsive,
Yes,
okay?
Sustained.
And so it was okay at that time to step out of the apartment to refill the water, but you couldn't do it to send their mom a text message and tell them that everything is good and the kids are fine?
Yes.
Sir, do you not find that a little tad bit inconsistent?
No.
Now, the whole freeze, Snowmageddon, whatever they call it, started with some email correspondence between the two of you guys, right?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what may I publish, Judge?
May.
Sir, I'm going to show you what has been admitted as petitioners 22. And if we walk through, this is Wednesday, February 17th at 12:56, and this is Miss Q talking to you about the schedule for the weekend, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you broke up. You said yes?
Yes.
Okay. And so she, just to put it into some context, you were supposed to get the children on Thursday at the time school lets out, right?
Yes.
And then under a normal schedule, you would have to take them to school Friday morning, right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes.
And then pick them back up Friday after school, right?
Yeah.
And so she's reaching out to you saying that that's, and I'm paraphrasing, but that's a lot of driving in the conditions that we're under. Would you like to work something else out? Is that what she says?
Yes.
Okay. And she, shame on her, she uses the term inconvenient, right?
Yes.
And it appears from your response that term bothered you, right?
Yeah. I guess. Where did let me go back to my response. I have to remember what I said.
Well, we're gonna get there, sir. But were you offended when she used the term inconvenient?
Well, yeah, my kids aren't an inconvenience to me, so yes.
Okay. Now, you respond to her and you say that you learned that she was without electricity for a few days. Do you see that?
Yes.
Well, sir, how did you learn that she was without electricity for a few days?
Friends that live right there in the exact neighborhood.
Well, how would the friends know for sure what was going on with your kids?
And my children also told me. I mean, I didn't know if I was allowed to say that, but
Well, sir, your children told you because you were allowed to speak to your children, correct?
Yes.
And how did you speak to your children?
Via phone.
Okay, and whose phone did you use?
Mine.
Okay, and whose phone did they use?
Their mothers.
So she let you talk to them, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then you tell her that you're glad to know that she's got water and power and heat, especially for the sake of the children. You don't really care if she has water and power and heat, but for the sake of the children, you're glad to know that they have it, right?
Objection argumentative.
Sustain.
Okay. So then you say that she knows firsthand that it's not best for your children, that they don't have electricity and running water, and you agree, right?
Yes.
And then you tell her you're going to provide those needs, right?
Yes.
Well, sir, is there a reason why you just didn't say the power and water is back up and running at my place?
No.
Okay. Well, do you agree with me, sir, that your answers are pretty vague when you respond to her continual inquiry as to whether or not you have power and water?
Within this, can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Do you agree with me that your answers are pretty vague when to her continual inquiry as to whether or not you have power and water?
No,
So you, sir, are you telling the court under oath that you told her whether or not you had power and water?
no, I didn't. I told her it's right here. Yeah.
You told her that you were going to provide for their needs, right?
Yes.
Why didn't you just say, yes, I have power and water, or no, I don't?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, was this communication appropriate, sir, from you?
Yes.
So it wasn't appropriate for her to tell you Memorial Hermann Sugarland, but it was appropriate for you not to answer her question directly. Is that what your testimony is to this court?
Yes.
Okay. Now, then you had to make sure that you let her know that it's not inconvenient for you to be driving your children back and forth, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you tell her, when you pick up the children on Thursdays, the roads are going to be fine. You share a concern about traveling back and forth, right?
Yes.
Now, yours is about safety. And I guess you think hers was about convenience?
In regards to traveling?
Well, sir, do you think she was concerned about the safety of the children
I'm sorry.
traveling on the road at this time?
I'm sorry. I
Objection
forgot to
calls
lock
for
him up.
speculation.
Sustained.
I'm sorry. Can I put him in the room really quick? I forgot to lock him up. My apologies.
Okay. Sir, without speculating as to what her concern was, would you have been concerned for the safety of the children if they were driving or if they were riding in the car with somebody at this time when the roads were in the condition that they were in?
What time? Thursday? On Thursday? Or Friday? Because it depends on what day you're talking about. Because the freeze started going overnight, it was colder. In the mornings and during the day, at this point, it was already warmed up past freezing, which is why I offered to come after the certain time. Same thing with Friday. It was almost 40 degrees that day. The roads weren't frozen anymore.
Sir, you're not telling the court under oath that you offered to do anything other than what you were given under the order, right?
In regards to this, as far as picking them up,
Yes, sir.
let's see here. No, I offered to keep them with me right here. It says it.
Sir,
Driving back in the morning.
sir, she offers for you to pick them up Friday at noon instead of Thursday, right?
Yes.
You didn't want to do that, right?
Yes.
You said, I'll pick them up Thursday at the time school lets out, because that was your time, right?
Yes.
And you'll just keep them until Monday, right?
Yes.
And that way you won't have to drive them back and forth, right?
Yes.
Now, your testimony was just by that time in the week, the roads were fine. Is that what you said?
No, you're
Okay.
in the
So
mornings.
was it still objection non-responsive after
Sorry.
no?
Sustained.
So, sir, was it still dangerous at that time to be driving on the roads?
Mornings after the overnight freeze again. In the mornings, yes.
Okay. So it wasn't dangerous on Thursday at 3:00?
No.
Okay. Is that why you didn't feel like it was necessary to respond to her text messages?
That wasn't Thursday. That was Friday, I believe. Oh, no, that was Thursday. Yes. I apologize. Yeah. I had just picked them up. So I don't recall being text messages right when I picked them up.
Right. There were no text messages right when you picked them up, were there, sir?
Not that I'm aware of.
You picked them up around about 3:30 Thursday afternoon, right?
Mhm.
Say
Yeah.
yes?
Yes.
And in fact, you didn't correspond with her again after you picked him up, did you?
I didn't speak to her, no.
Not only did you not speak to her, sir, you didn't email her, did you?
Not that I recall.
You didn't
No.
respond to her text messages, did you?
We spoke via lawyers.
Objection non-responsive.
Sustained.
Sir, don't you remember just telling me that in the hospital, when she says refer to the lawyers, that was inappropriate?
Yes.
You know, sir, that I had to stop what I was doing to communicate with your lawyer to find out whether or not your kids were safe. Do you think that was appropriate?
No.
Okay, then why didn't you just respond to her, sir?
I don't have an answer to that.
Well, but sir, it was appropriate for you to involve the lawyers in this situation?
I didn't want to.
Well, sir, did she involve the lawyers?
Yes, I believe so.
Did she involve the lawyers after you just wouldn't respond to her text messages?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. You can answer that.
Yes.
So whose fault was it, sir, that the lawyers got involved?
I couldn't tell you that. Whoever decided to call him, I guess, which would be her.
Well, do you think maybe if you had responded to her, then we wouldn't have had to get involved?
She had her and she knew we were okay.
Sir, how? Okay. You're upset. You heard your lawyer ask her yesterday about welfare check. How could she call the police and do a welfare check at this time of crisis? Do you remember that?
Yes.
That had to have bothered you because you don't even think that this was an emergency time, right?
Not at the time when I was driving. That's what I'm talking about. You keep saying that I don't think this was an emergency. When I said it was not an emergency, at the time that I had picked the children up, the roads were well driven and it was not freezing at that moment. There was no ice on the road.
Fair enough. But sir, the police didn't come to your house till almost 9 o'clock that night, right?
Close to it, yeah.
So was there an emergency situation at that point?
No,
Objection calls for speculation. Okay.
In your opinion, sir, was there an emergency situation at that point?
in regards to my children's safety.
Let's
Is that what you're
start there.
asking?
In regards to their safety, was there any emergency in regards to their safety?
At the point in which the police officers showed up to my door, is that what you're asking me?
Yes, sir.
No,
Then why didn't you just send that in a text message so that the police officers' time wouldn't be wasted, the lawyer's time wouldn't be wasted, and I wouldn't be wasting everybody else's time today talking about it?
I don't know.
Well, sir, was it appropriate for you not to respond to her at that point?
At that time, I felt it was, yes.
Why was it appropriate, sir?
Because in my opinion, she already knew the children were okay and she was going overboard on purpose.
How, sir, if you didn't communicate with her after you picked up the children at round about 3:30, how did she know the children were okay?
I don't know.
Well, then how did you just tell the judge under oath that she was going overboard because she already knew the children were okay?
The same reason she knows every Thursday when I pick them up, the children are okay. And doesn't communicate with me, like she even testified on her.
Oh, I got it.
I mean, it's the same reason. We're driving home in regular road conditions. The children are okay.
So on that Thursday, as the father of these children who wants to be the sole managing conservator, you're telling this court under oath that the road conditions on that Thursday at 3:30 were just regular road conditions.
Yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come and picked up my children. Yeah, there's no way I would drive on ice with my children. No
Okay.
way.
So then at 3:13 on Wednesday, she asked you specifically, your apartment has water, electricity, and heat as of today, right?
Yes.
Now, you literally could have typed 2 letters, 3 letters, I guess, and been done with that conversation, right?
It was done in the first correspondence.
Objection non-responsive.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Yes.
Sir, why didn't you just say, if it were true, yes?
I don't know.
Was this appropriate on your part?
Yes, it was. I already answered her in the very first email.
Okay, okay, let's go back, sir. This is the very first email. Let me get it all on one screen so you can show us. Can you see it, sir?
Yes.
Okay, where do you answer her and tell her that you have electricity, power, and water, or electricity, water, and heat? Where do you tell her that, sir, in the very first email, like you just told the court?
Unless
on your
something
own?
specific, unexpected happens, I will be able to provide these needs, which covers electricity, water, and heat. These needs.
So that's your definition of appropriate communication.
Yes.
And you're not just messing with her, are you, sir?
No.
Okay. So she then writes you back and says, why don't you just pick them up Friday at noon instead of Thursday? Is that right?
Yes.
And you say to her, your possession time starts Thursday at 3:25, and that's what you're doing, right?
Yes.
But then you said, sir, if this was a regular weekend, do you see that?
Yes.
But you just told the court that it was a regular weekend. So why did you say if this was a regular weekend?
In regards to bringing the children to school and back from school. That's what I'm talking about. And
Okay.
you're saying I said it was regular weekend. I'm saying the road conditions were okay. It was just like regular.
Well, then,
On Thursday.
sir, if the road conditions were okay and it was just like regular, why didn't you take them to school?
I explained that already. Just because it warms up during the day doesn't mean it doesn't freeze overnight. It freezes again overnight, which is why I didn't pick them up in the want to pick them up in the morning, or drive to the school and drop in the morning, because it would be freezing overnight and the road conditions would not be the same.
Sir, you then tell her, basically, you're not negotiating. You're picking up the children Thursday at 3:25 and you'll bring them back Monday morning, right?
I didn't say that.
Objection,
Overruled.
No. Are you saying that I'm just telling her what I'm doing?
Well,
Is that what you're saying?
well, sir, how do you characterize this message from you?
Go back up, please. Okay, so where we're talking about, let's see here. Okay, so right here is where I'm suggesting that instead of driving in the morning when the road to being icy after the overnight freeze, I just keep them, because normally they would be at school. And she wouldn't see them anyways on Friday during school times, because I drop them off in the mornings and then I pick them up Friday afternoon from school. So therefore, it would not change any period of which she actually saw the children. She sees them just normal. This literally affects no time spent with our children in regards to what it would be normally if they were going to school. Since school was canceled, she wanted to say that she wanted me to bring the children, or, instead of bringing the children to her, because it's her possession time during school hours, instead of waking up in the morning and driving after the freeze happens again overnight, driving back to the house for an hour, dropping them off, turning back around and going and picking them up again, then I would just keep them at that time and then bring them back because it doesn't affect how much she actually would see the children.
Sir, I appreciate all that, but if I understand what you were saying, you wanted to imply to the court that she wanted you to bring them back and forth. Is that what you're saying?
No, I was asking, this, if you go back up right here. So like she's asking, okay, hold on, go back down, down. If you could scroll down slowly, please. Okay. This is when I first introduced it. I said, with their safety as a priority, I suggest that instead of driving in the morning, they just stay with me because, you know, that eliminates driving in the morning from the overnight freeze. And then I would just bring them back Monday, right? Then she continues to ask me about electricity, water, and heat here. And then she suggests,
Objection
why don't you?
non-responsive.
Sustained.
She continues to ask you about electricity, water, and heat, sir, because you continue to not answer, right?
No.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay, so then you say, sir, if we go through all of these messages, we could read every single word as many times as we want. There's never going to be one time where she says, no, you need to bring them back to me on Friday morning, right?
I need to read through it to make sure that's the truth. So, oh.
Sir,
I can't read it that fast.
Well,
I don't know.
I'm going to help you, sir. I'm going to
Yeah.
help you because her responses are pretty short and to the point. So she doesn't say that in her first message to you, does she?
Let's see here. We plan on following the typical possession order. Okay, so typical possession order means that school time is her possession time. So that's why I'm clarifying in this email that I'm
Objection
not.
non-responsive.
Sustained.
Sir, my question is, in that first message, does she say to you, you need to bring them back to me Friday morning?
Are you planning on following the typical possession order is how I took that. Because typical possession order, Friday school hours are her possession time.
Well, sir, she asks you,
Yes, are you planning on following? Yes.
right. So she's not telling you you have to bring them back Friday morning, is she?
No, she's asking me.
Okay. And in fact, she's offering in the very first message, she's offering some alternatives, isn't she?
Yes.
Okay. Then you respond. This is her second message. Does she tell you here that you have to bring them back Friday morning?
No.
Okay. This is her third message. Does she tell you here that you have to bring them back Friday morning?
No.
Okay. In fact, she's again offering some alternatives. Is she not?
Yeah, but hold on.
Objection non-responsive after yeah.
Yes.
Your
sorry.
Honor, please stop so my client can actually read the exhibit.
I want to make sure that all of these emails are the same because there's history of omitting. So I want to make sure that that this string is actually, I'd like to pull mine up if I can to read it as well. So
Sir,
it doesn't keep
Sir,
scrolling.
we'll have a lunch break. We'll have a lunch break, sir. And if you bring an email chain where she's deleted some messages, I'm sure the judge would take that very, very serious. But right now, let's talk about the exhibit that's been admitted that's in front of you, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. In this message here, does she say anything about you have to bring them back Friday morning?
No.
Okay.
Wait. What did I say? So you're picking them up at Friday? You'll pick them up Friday, 8 a.m.
She asked you because here you're trying to explain whatever you're trying to explain and you say 8 a.m. And so then she writes back and she says, so are you instead picking them up instead of picking them up Thursday, you'll pick them up Friday at 8 a.m. That's her question to you, correct?
Can we go back to what I typed right here? This is kind of important.
Sir, can you read what I'm pointing out to you?
Yes.
Her message to you. Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is the last email on this subject. And does she ever tell you you have to bring them back Friday morning?
No, she tells me to pick them up Friday at noon.
Okay, well, sir, does she tell you that you can't get them till Friday at noon? Is that what you're telling the judge under oath?
It says it right here, Thursday night, and you can pick them up Friday at noon.
Well, sir, if that were the case, then how'd you get them Thursday at 3:30?
That's my possession time. I told her, no, I'm picking them up for my possession time.
Okay. Sir, if we were just following your possession time, then you should have dropped them off Friday morning, right?
Objection mischaracterizes the temporary orders.
Abstain.
Well, sir, in all of these messages, you're the one that admits that your possession time ends Friday morning, does it not?
Objection mischaracterizes the temporary orders.
Overruled. He may answer that.
Yes,
Okay, so you knew if we were just following the possession schedule that you had to bring them back Friday morning, right?
yes,
Okay. And she offers numerous alternatives, but you didn't offer a single alternative, did you?
no, I did.
Your alternative was Thursday till Monday morning, right?
Yes,
Okay. Now, I sent your attorney this morning, petitioners number 25. Have you had an opportunity to review it?
are you speaking to me or my attorney?
Well, I'm not aware of your attorney having an attorney. So when I said I sent your attorney petitioners 25, I'm asking if you had an opportunity to review petitioners 25.
I have to pull that up to make sure I know which one you're talking about, if you don't mind.
Certainly.
What was it labeled as? P25, you said?
P25, yes, sir. I think it says P25 text about electricity.
I don't see it. If it was about electricity, I did not review it. No. I didn't see that, or I'm not seeing that.
Okay, well,
Judge, could I have just a second? Could you break us out really quick?
You want a breakout room?
Yeah, if you could just break us out, that should only take a second.
Okay, give me 1 second. We're gonna go off the record. Is it, Ms. LaFever, you want your client in there or you want Mr. Mahoney in there?
My client, please.
Oh, okay.
Judge, I'm going to mute for just a
I'm gonna
second.
go join.
I'm sorry.
Well, I was gonna join the room and just tell him, I mean, he's on the stand, so I'm not sure why this is taking so long. So I was gonna go join the room, but if y'all want like a 2 or 3 minute break, we can do that.
Oh,
Here we go.
Okay, I thought I hit leave meeting. I'm sorry.
All right. Are we ready
We're
to
ready,
get
Your
back on
Honor.
the record?
And my client has had an opportunity to look at P25.
Great, thank you. All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Mahoney, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, did you review P25?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a true and correct copy of text messages that you received during that period of time from Miss Q?
Yeah, it looks like yes, that's text messages to me. Yes.
Okay. And does it refresh your recollection of the lack of responses on your part?
I didn't see that when it first originally came through.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Sir, does it appear that those messages have been altered in any way?
No.
Judge, I'd offer P25.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
P25 is admitted.
Now, sir, before I publish P25, I just want to make sure I understand. Did you handle this situation appropriately too, sir?
What, these text messages or in the entirety?
Well, let's start with the text messages.
I honestly didn't see the original first text message. I truly didn't.
No, I appreciate that, sir, but did you understand my question? Did you understand, did you handle these text messages appropriately in your opinion?
Once I saw them, it was a little too late. Hello? Hello?
Can you see them there in front of you, sir?
Yes.
I put them up because apparently my question wasn't clear. Did you handle these text messages appropriately, sir?
I don't know how to answer that because I truly didn't see this come through at the time. And so I'm not sure how to answer that.
Okay, so when you say, well, let's start with the context, okay? The first message you get from her, or a message you get from her about electricity,
Mhm.
is Thursday, February 18th at 12:05, right?
Yes.
And she asked you specifically, do you have electricity, heat, and water, right?
Yes.
I don't see a response. Did you respond?
No.
Okay. Did you see that text message?
The first one at 12, I might have, if I'm trying to recall, so I tell you the truth. I may or may not have. I might have ignored that one because I already emailed her about it.
Okay. Do you know, sir? Well, let me ask you this way. Do you know why you didn't just write yes or no?
I had already addressed it in the email. That's why.
Well, we know that you hadn't answered it in the email. My question was, why didn't you answer it in this text? Yes or no?
Objection. Don't know that was a yes or no question.
Yeah, you're asking why, so,
I'm sorry. Can I clarify the question, Judge? I'll leave it as a why.
okay.
Why didn't you just answer this text message, yes or no?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. So then you pick up the kids Thursday, February 18th at 3:30. And I think you said earlier she started bothering you right away. Is that what you said?
No.
Okay. Because now we know that she didn't send you a text message until 6:55, right?
Yes.
Okay. And is there something inappropriate about her text message at 6:55?
No.
Okay. Then why didn't you respond?
I said earlier, I honestly did not see that come through.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So then she sent you another text message at 7:12
Yeah.
that said, I've called 2 times. you're not answering, I'd like to speak to the kids. Is there something inappropriate about that message?
No.
Then why didn't you respond?
Once again, I honestly, like with my phone, I didn't see any of those messages come through until a little bit later, and it had already escalated to lawyers and cops. I honestly didn't get that message to come through. Like I said to you, to get reception, I have to go literally clear across to the outside of the property up to the parking deck in
Okay.
order.
Now, earlier you just had to go outside. Now you have to go to the North 40 to get reception?
Earlier, I didn't explain where I had to go.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. So how far do you have to go, sir? Because it was cold outside. How
Yeah,
far
yeah.
would you have to go to respond to these kids' mom?
So I would have to walk, well, via email. I think internet was okay at the time, but this text messages is what we're talking about. And I would have to go out past the front to the parking garage out there and then back up to the top of the parking deck to get the reception. So we're talking a total of, I don't know, 900 total walked yards, maybe, including all the way up to the parking deck.
So let me make sure I understand. So the messages come to you, you just can't respond?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't even see these messages. I wasn't receiving a lot anyways, and I honestly did not see that come through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So then at 7:16, she says, I'm concerned with the weather. The kids are not safe. Please either respond to this text or let me speak to them. Is there anything wrong with that message?
I think it's misleading that actually.
Well, how is that misleading? You
At
don't
this
think,
point, the weather was not frozen at this point. It only was freezing overnight.
okay, so, well, sir, does she say anything about it being frozen?
I'm concerned with the weather is kind of what I take that to, yes.
Okay, well, sir, you don't get to decide whether or not she's concerned, do you?
No,
Okay, she's the only person that can decide that, right?
yes.
Okay, so she wasn't misleading anybody there, was she?
As far as as far as what, trying to mislead me?
As far as her being concerned, sir.
Oh, well, that will get into speculation, but I can give you my answer if you would like.
So, sir, are you telling the court that she wasn't concerned? She was just posturing for the hearing?
I believe so.
Okay. Well, sir, if that were the case, you'd agree with me she's a better posturer than you, right?
Objection argumentative.
Same.
Well, sir, this is literally 2 weeks before the trial, right?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
What do you mean? For this?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this was very recent. Yes.
So 2 weeks ago, you didn't even think that it was a good move to respond to the mother of your children during this emergency or non-emergency, whichever you want to characterize it as.
Objection mischaracterizes my client's testimony.
Sustained.
Well, sir, so at 7:16, she says she's concerned. And then at 7:50, she says, I left you a message. Could you just email me, text, call? Just let me know that the kids are okay. Is there something wrong with that?
No.
Okay. Now, at 7:50, sir, do you know, had you seen these messages by now?
I need to look to see when I noticed everything. To tell you the exact times. I can't tell you exact times of when I think it was when the cops came is when I noticed everything, which that was probably around 8:30 or 9, something like that.
Fair enough. Well, sir, you understand that if you can't send messages out until you go over to the North 40,
Mhm.
Then you didn't get messages until you go over to the North 40. That's your testimony, right?
I said it's spotty. The best way for me to use my phone at that time without interruption, without anything, was to go up there.
Okay.
You know, it was hit and miss. I'm sure you're aware. It was crazy at that time as far as reception for phones because of power, things like that in the area. And so it's very spotty.
Well, sir, you know, I would be aware if I hadn't got the messages she was sending me, right? But apparently I did get the messages because I had to stop what I was doing on the blackjack table and go call your lawyer, right?
Yes, apparently.
Because you couldn't even respond to the mother of your kids, right?
Yes, from not responding. Yes.
Okay. So then at 8:30, she says, I'm attempting one more time to call you guys. Nobody's answering. Please just respond. She's begging at this point, isn't she, sir?
Yes.
You still didn't respond, did you?
No.
In fact, you didn't respond at all the entire weekend, did you?
The children had already spoke to her that next
That's
morning.
non-responsive.
Same.
Sir, you didn't respond at all to these text messages the entire weekend, did you?
No.
And in fact, well, sir, you admit that at a minimum, you saw these messages when the police came, right?
Yes.
Okay. And why didn't you respond then?
As at that point, yourself and Kathleen had already spoken, so communication had been had.
And I appreciate that, sir, but don't you remember telling the judge that the lawyer shouldn't have to be involved? Remember, the hospital's inappropriate, the lawyer shouldn't have to be involved. Do you remember saying that?
It's a different scenario.
What's the difference, sir?
Like I told you before.
Okay, well, you have to tell me again. I'm a little slow.
Me too. Like I told you before, this to me was more of a game. And
Well, I'll stipulate to that, sir, but who's playing the game?
her, in my opinion.
How was she playing the game, sir?
Because she's trying to act like the children were not safe with me, or that she was concerned for their safety because of heat, water, electricity, when that entire week they didn't have it either at her house, and nothing was concerned or brought up to me about that then. I had multiple places available for the children to be at. I had them available at the time. She had them as well. Every time I spoke with my children, they were without heat, water, or electricity, or driving around in the weather when it was still freezing, going to people's houses. The concern wasn't there when it was in her possession. It was only whenever I picked them up after the roads weren't frozen anymore. So it was a game to me.
Sir,
Just so that you and I can have this conversation right now.
sir, you want this court to believe that these messages are indicative of some game that she was playing and you're just the innocent bystander?
Yes.
And do you want the court to apply that same logic to the rest of your testimony?
In regards to what
Well,
specifically?
If this is a game, those videos where we see where she's just intoxicated, that's not a game, right?
No.
Okay. All of these messages that you send her about Sonora's birthday, do you remember that one?
Yes.
You're not playing a game there, right?
No.
Well, sir, if you're not playing a game, and you just wanted to see Sonora for her birthday, right?
Yes.
And in fact, I think the message was you just want to bring your child a birthday present, right?
A hug. I wanted to give my daughter a hug on her birthday.
Well, sir, then why didn't you show up at your court-ordered period of possession on the day of her birthday and give her a hug and give her a present? Maybe take all the kids out to dinner.
Because I misunderstood and didn't fully interpret the possession orders at that time, which I got a stern talking to from my lawyer about.
I'm
But
not asking what your lawyer said, sir. I'm asking why that's Miss Q's fault.
that I misunderstood orders. No, I'm not saying my misunderstanding of orders was her fault.
Well, sir, you brought to the court today this exhibit that you want the judge to see, if I can find it, where she didn't give you your court order, or she didn't let you see Sonora on her birthday, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you. Oops, I hit the wrong button. All right. Sir, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as respondents 44. And Judge, may I publish?
Okay,
Okay, sorry. I think yesterday you told us we could as long as it's been admitted. Is that right?
that's correct, unless it's social security numbers or HIPAA or anything like that.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you. So, sir, I'm going to show you. Is respondents 44 there in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is May 13th of 2020, right?
Yes.
And at this point, I guess you'd already changed the picture to the mugshot?
Yes.
Okay. How long has it been that mugshot?
Since it was sent to me by a friend.
Okay. What friend of yours sent you the picture, the mugshot?
A friend in Fort Worth. His name is Nick.
Okay. And did you write back and say, hey, that's the mother of my kids. That's inappropriate. I can't believe you would do that, Nick.
No.
Objection argumentative and objection relevance.
Well, sir, so you say at 8 a.m. you'd like to come give Sonora hi and tell her happy birthday in person. You want to give her a hug, right?
Yes. Yes.
And she again tells you you're not supposed to be at the house. And she's not comfortable with that, right?
Yes.
But now all of a sudden you want to well, actually, this is back in May. You want to co-parent, right? Because she's not doing what you want to do. So you're going to tell her about co-parenting, right?
Yes.
Now, is this the kind of co-parenting where you don't respond to text messages, or is this some other kind of co-parenting?
No.
Okay. This is not co-parenting on her part?
I would say yes.
Okay. At 12:41, you're still complaining about the lack of co-parenting on her part?
Yes.
Well, sir, why didn't you just take that time to maybe read your order?
I don't understand what you mean. Like what? I had read my orders and I didn't understand them properly. So revisiting them, there's a lot of legal talk in those things. And yes, I did misunderstand my orders. That was my fault.
I appreciate that, sir. And I could you tell me where the legal talk is in child's birthday? The conservator not in possession of the child shall have possession of the child on their birthday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Where's the legal talk in that, sir?
That's very easy to understand. But when it's mixed in with, lots and lots of pages and going back and forth, I will tell you right now, a lot of it does confuse me a lot of times. Yes. And at this point, I couldn't afford to pay my lawyer any money. And so I was not speaking with her very much because every time I did, it cost me money. And so I misinterpreted and misread everything on there. I missed it. Like I said, that was my fault. I missed it. And I lost time with my children because of that.
Well,
I missed it.
Sir, whose fault is it that you didn't see Sonora for her birthday?
In regards to the orders, it was my fault. in regards to co-parenting and just letting me give her a hug in the morning before I go to work, I would say it would be Natalie's fault.
Sir, it pains you to admit that you've done anything wrong, doesn't it?
No, not at all. That's why I almost cried when I said it was my fault that I missed not only hers, but my oldest son's too, because I didn't do that right. Only now with my last child did I realize.
Sir, let me ask it this way. Why did you bring this text message? What does it show?
It shows lack of co-parenting
On whose part?
on Natalie's part.
Fair enough. Now, sir, I'm going to show you. You remember yesterday we spent a considerable amount of time going through Miss Q's expenses and where she had spent the money. And we even went through, I think, every Christmas present she got for the kids. You remember that?
Yes.
And there was some talk about some bank statements that weren't provided. And your lawyer wanted to know where all the money was. Remember that?
Yes.
Well, sir, is there a reason why you didn't provide your bank statements to show us what you did with the $11,000 that you received in a bonus this month?
I did. I submitted those to my lawyer.
Okay, and I appreciate that, and I don't want to know anything that you said to your lawyer. But is there a reason why you didn't bring them to the trial? Maybe mark them as an exhibit?
Objection, privileged information, Your Honor.
Oh, you may answer that to, well, I don't want you to go into what your lawyer told you. So if you can rephrase the question, Mr. Money, please.
Yes, sir, Judge. Sir, are you aware, sir, that all you provided was a screenshot to show that you spent all the money?
I gave it a shot of my balance is what the computer would let me print at that time, but I thought I gave all the statements as well. If I messed something up, then I'm sorry. Yeah.
Sir, my question was, are you aware that what's been admitted as respondents number 9 is just a screenshot of the balance, and all it shows us is that in this month you deposited $12,209 and you spent $16,000, but it doesn't tell us where it went. Did you know that?
I know that now. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. How do you spend $16,000 in the month of trial?
Objection asked and answered. This was addressed yesterday.
Sustained.
Well, sir, you paid the mortgage $9,000, right?
Yes.
Okay, and how much is the mortgage each month?
It was $2,500.
Okay, and how far, if I understood you correctly, you said it was, did the $9,000 bring it current?
No.
Okay, so how far behind was it?
13,000.
Okay, so that would mean that you hadn't paid it in 5 months?
Roughly, yes. Yes.
Okay, and if I understood you correctly, you said that you allocated I think a substantial sum of money to pay your truck note because you hadn't paid it in 6 months, right?
Yes.
Okay, so 6 months of your truck note.
I think it was 4 months on my truck. I might have to clarify, but yeah, something close to that.
Okay, well, you said, I mean, if you said 6, you may have meant 4, but at
Yeah.
least the last 4 months you hadn't paid a truck note.
Yes.
Okay. So, sir, if you hadn't paid a truck note or a car note since September of last year, where's all the money?
it goes to everything else. The mortgage is part of it, which I hadn't paid, which is why,
It doesn't go to the mortgage because you didn't pay it, right?
no, that's where the money was. I paid the mortgage and I paid my truck. You're
So
asking-
I'm sorry. That's where the bonus money went, right?
Yes, yes.
But where does your monthly income go if you don't pay any of the bills that you're supposed to be paying?
It goes to whichever bill is harassing me the most because I don't have the money to pay everybody everything. So, yeah, I pay who, I honestly, I just pay who's going to give me the one that has to be paid the most at the time. Yes.
Well, sir,
And I also had to pay lawyer fees as well.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as, excuse me. Judge, I have respondents 26 as being admitted. I just want to make sure before I publish.
Respondents 26 is admitted.
Sir, I'm going to show you respondents 26. Well, I think if I. Okay, you see respondents 26 there in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna try to blow it up a little bit so that we can see it. But this is Natalie's July bills. This is your basically shorthand rendition of what you think the bills are, right?
Yeah, I took that directly from bills.
Okay, fair enough. So, I mean, this says Natalie's July bills, but this would, I mean, these are bills that are pretty much due on a monthly basis, right?
Correct.
Okay. Oops. And then this says Alan's July bills, but again, these are bills that are pretty much due on a monthly basis, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if we look here at Natalie's July bills, but let's don't make it July.
Mhm.
Let's make it October. Okay.
Okay.
So Natalie's October bills that you paid,
Yes.
electric, $244. Now, that's probably high because it's October instead of July, but let's go with $244. Fair?
Yeah, because gas will go up, water, electric will go down, things like that. So it's
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Water, we're going to call water $100 a month. Okay.
okay.
Gas, we're going to call $25 a month. You with me?
Yes.
Okay. Phone, car insurance. Now, the last one is mortgage. You see that?
Yes.
But we don't need to take that out for October because we already know that you didn't pay the mortgage in October, right?
Yes. But
Okay.
I don't
So,
make full
objection,
payments.
non-responsive after yes.
Sustained.
Okay, so sir, if we take the 3144 and we back out, I'm gonna be fair, just we back out $2,500,
Yes.
then really you paid $644 for Natalie in October, right?
Roughly.
Okay, fair enough. So I'm gonna write down 644 October. Now, if we look at your July bills, but let's carry them forward. We're gonna call them October also.
Okay.
And I'm assuming you pay your rent every month.
Yes.
Okay. Your TV every month.
Yeah.
Okay. You pay your electricity every month, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now your truck, we already know you didn't pay it. So we're going to back out that $790 and it's going to make your total bills right at $1,000 a month. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So and I'm from Pasadena, so we got to go slow. If we go $1,000 a month plus $644, I think that's $1,644. You follow me?
Correct.
Okay. Now, that's all the bills you paid in October, sir, right?
That's not entirely, that does not paint the whole picture. No.
Well, sir, no, I'm not asking you to paint the whole picture. I'm saying pursuant to your exhibit. I didn't create this document. You created
Correct.
this document, right?
Correct.
So pursuant to your exhibit, in October, you paid $1,644 worth of bills, right?
No, I paid other bills. this gives an average, but since I'm so behind on so many bills, I'm always paying bills and paying bills. And so even though that's a breakdown of what it's supposed to be each month, it does not give you the idea of how much I'm repaying. For instance, we spoke about my bonus in August. That went straight to bills, mortgage and truck. Every time I got money in, it went to catch bills up, which I was always behind. And so this shows you how I get behind, how I am that far behind and why I can't pay certain bills. Therefore, it's compounding. I pay this bill, I pay that bill, I pay this bill. So it's easy to break it down in a month like this to show what it is, but it doesn't really show you that because I didn't pay this month, I had to pay that. And yes, I might not pay the full mortgage, but I'll give them $1,000 if I could. It doesn't show you that. It shows you a simple breakdown of what we owe altogether as a family unit versus what I'm bringing in, showing why I am so late and so behind. So I can't tell you that that's the only bills that I paid in October because I was probably catching up on one of them, or I was probably, I can't tell you honestly, those are the only bills I paid.
Well, sir, and I appreciate that. But you remember how we wanted to ask Natalie about every expenditure that she made? You remember that yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to go through every expenditure that you make. But sir, if you weren't paying the mortgage and you weren't paying your truck note, and
Yes.
pursuant to your own exhibit, your net pay is $3,900 a month, and you deduct out the $1,644, you've got a surplus of roughly $1,300. So if you've got a surplus of $1,300 every month, not including the house note and the car note and the truck note, then how did you fall behind on the other bills, sir?
It explains it if you go to your left. How?
Well, you fell behind on the other bills because you had to pay your attorney fees?
No, right there, the deficit. These are average bills for the month. And actually, if you really look at it, I was spending a little bit more, I think, because I didn't even include food in here. I left that out on accident, food for my children and stuff like that.
Well, fair
So-
enough. Let's go there. Okay. Food for your children. Okay.
Mhm.
Now you have your children every Thursday.
Yes,
You have to feed them one dinner on Thursdays, right?
yes,
And on average, that's 4 times a month, right?
yes.
Okay.
Plus I make their lunch for Fridays. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you have them on average twice a month for a Friday, Saturday, and a Sunday, right?
yes, sir.
So you have to feed them 3 dinners. Really, you want to call it 3 lunches because you make their lunch for school.
Sure.
So 3 lunches, 3 dinners, and I guess maybe 3 breakfasts, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you do that on average twice a month, right?
yes,
Okay. And that's it for you and the kids, right?
yes, sir.
Do you know how many times Miss Q has to do that in a month?
Objection relevance.
Well, but
I didn't hear the ruling. I'm sorry.
The objection's overruled.
Overruled means,
it
Okay.
means that you get to.
sorry, I was reading my notes. Overruled was okay. Sustain is be quiet. Okay. Do I know how many times the rest of the time?
Let me say it this way, sir. You agree with me? She's got to do it a whole lot more times each month than you do, doesn't she?
Yes,
But yet we want to nitpick her on what money she's spending for food, right?
yes,
But it's okay for you to spend the money on whatever you want, right?
no,
Well, then where's all the money, sir?
bills.
Sir, you got at least, well, you got more than $20,000 in bonuses just while this case is pending, didn't you?
Yes, yes,
have you accounted for any of that money, sir?
Yes, I know where every penny of it went.
Sir, when this case started in, I guess, December of 2019, were you already behind on the mortgage?
No,
Okay, so in December of 2019, the mortgage was current, right?
yes.
Okay. And sir, why would you pay your own rent before you would pay the mortgage for your kids?
Because the mortgage, I can go a little bit longer without paying it. They knew my situation. Yeah,
Well, sir, you say in this exhibit that you don't include food, perishable living expenses, and gas. Is that right?
yeah, it doesn't show that, but it's on my financial
Okay.
thing. The other exhibit, I think, showing
Sir,
that.
don't you have a gas card?
No.
You don't have a gas card for work?
Oh, no.
Okay, you do get a car allowance, do you not?
Yes, that's lumped into my salary. Yes.
Well, sir, it doesn't show up on, I mean, it actually is on your paychecks, but it doesn't come out as in your net pay, does it?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Well,
Mr.
Judge, are we
Hunt,
gonna,
how much time do you have with this witness? How much anticipated time do you have left on this witness?
Judge, probably 45 minutes to an hour. I'll try to speed up. I'm try to get to the property stuff. I can hopefully move through it fairly quickly.
All right, court's going to stand in recess till 1:30. We're going off the record.
Your Honor, before we all break, I mean, I think it's kind of inevitable we're going to need at least another half day. If that's something we need to go ahead and consider, or if you want to wait until end of day today, but there's no way I can put on my entire case in chief in 3 hours. I know, I'm sorry.
No, well, what I'll do is during my lunch break, I will look at my calendar because once I start plowing the field, I normally want to finish the field. So my hope is that if we're not going to finish today, that I can get y'all in tomorrow. And if I need to sign an order of protection or something, I will. But worst case scenario is maybe Friday. But let me look at what I've got, and then I'll let y'all know when we come back at 1:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
All
Judge.
right, thank y'all.
Yep, we're good.
We're missing Minnie. Let's give her 1 second.
Yes, sir. Can I ask a question, Judge? And only because my associate is supposed to have his second shot tomorrow, but we've got like 7 cases set. I've already told him, and he understands that if I'm going to be here, then he's gonna have to push that back a little bit. But does it look like we're going to be here tomorrow morning, or do we know yet?
Well, I don't want to, what time's this shot? In the morning, afternoon?
It's in the morning, but he's going to.
You think you could reschedule stuff if I sign a protective order and have y'all start at 1:30?
I can do that.
That way he could still get his shot.
He can do.
Let me ask Ms. LaFever, what does your afternoon look like, Ms.
Honestly,
LaFever?
tomorrow would actually be better for me than Friday. I've got to move a lot around, but I will move whatever I need to move, be it tomorrow or Friday. And I fully support everyone getting vaccinated. So whatever we need to do to get shots in arms, I'm all about it.
Well,
Amen, I agree. So that's why I don't want to interfere with his ability to get a shot, because no telling when he will be available after that.
And I was just talking to him. I don't know if he misses the second one. I don't know what happens. When I did my first one, they gave me a specific time, but they just sent him last night and said, you got 10 o'clock.
Is he in
Thursday
Harris
morning.
County? If he's in Harris County, there's no way to reschedule that well. It's they once you're in, it's very, very fluid, but getting into it, like getting a schedule is extremely difficult.
Well, I'm going to tell him then if that's okay with, if you think that's going to work, then I'll tell him that he can go ahead and do that, and we should
We'll
be
just
okay.
resume tomorrow at 1:30. Does that work for you, Ms. LaFever?
That works for us, Judge.
All right, that's what we'll plan on doing then.
Thank you, Judge.
Minnie, are you ready?
Yes.
And
Reports
I guess
back on the record in clause number 19, DCV 268181, the Q matter. We're going to continue the direct examination of Mr. Q by Mr. Mahoney. Mr. Mahoney, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Q, I think when we broke before lunch, and I apologize, you may have actually answered this one, but as we sit here now, how many months behind is the house still?
Currently, I think it's 4,400.
Okay, so it's at least 2 months behind.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and beginning of March, you paid, I think it was 9,000. So you paid about, I think we said 4 months, roughly.
Yeah, roughly.
Okay. So, and we established that as of December of 2019, we were good, right?
Yes.
Okay, so during the 12th, well, we'll call it 15 months of this divorce, you've missed at least 6 months of payments, correct?
Yes.
And you've also missed at least between 4 and 6 months of payments on your truck note.
It's
Correct?
caught up. It's caught up now, but yes.
Okay. Now, when you got we talked about the $16,000 bonus that you got in early March, but you got some bonuses in 2020 too, right? 2020 also, correct?
The one in August and then the Christmas bonus.
Okay. And so do you know approximately what your total bonuses were for 2020?
Gross or net or like
Let's go gross.
probably around, I think it was like 17.
Okay. And was that 17 on top of, or was that included in your figure that you use in your financial information statement for your income?
As far as, no, because bonuses aren't guaranteed, so I didn't include that.
Okay. So if we go back to, if I can, your financial information statement. Let me see if I can get to it here. So I'm gonna, Judge, it says that you've disabled our screen sharing. It's probably something Ms. LaFever tried to post, Judge. I'm sorry. I won't.
I guess when y'all sign out, then you have to redo this. So now you've got permission. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Now, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as respondents number 2. And this is your financial information statement that I guess was signed as of January of 2021.
Yes,
Okay. And in your financial, you've got your house noted or your house and rent of $34.50. Is that right?
yes,
And that, I'm guessing that includes the house note plus the rent that you were paying?
correct.
Okay. And then if we go through, and we're not going to go through each and every one of your additional expenses here, but you know, you've got your car note here of $720, right?
Yes,
And you agree with me that there was, well, at least 4 months that you didn't pay that, right?
yeah,
Okay.
that I was behind on.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I missed some payments, yes. Yeah.
Okay. And then, you know, so if we take out the 2,500 for the house note and the 720 for the car note, that's $3,220. You agree with that?
Yes,
Okay. So if you deduct that $3,220 from what you say are your monthly expenses, then your monthly expenses are only about $2,800.
incorrect.
Right. I'm sorry.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. No,
So your exhibit's wrong?
no, you're forming it as if I'm not spending that money, but I am making payments as much as I can. So whenever I have the money, I pay it. The exhibit is correct, but I'm paying as I can.
Well, sir, if you were paying as you could, then you would never get 6 months behind, right?
No, incorrect.
Objection mischaracterizes my client's testimony.
Overruled.
Okay. Well, sir, okay, so go ahead and tell me what's incorrect about that.
Because I started getting behind in July-ish, I believe. Because as we discussed before, I had the other bonus. $20,000 of that bonus was gone immediately, which left me with around 10. And I used that for living expenses and to pay the mortgage and pay the rent. Once that was done, as you can see on there with the deficit of how much money I have to pay out, it doesn't account for the fact that I don't get bonuses all the time. And that's just my regular monthly pay. So then with that pay, I started getting behind. And so finally, when I got a bonus in August, I caught back up again as I could. And then started paying. And then I believe I looked and I did pay in October. And I think I did pay in December as well, towards the mortgage and some towards my vehicle. I caught it up as much as I could in August. I believe I caught the mortgage completely current in August, if I'm not mistaken. And then I started getting behind again. So it's, yeah.
Let me make sure I understand, because the $20,000 in attorney's fees you're talking about was paid in January.
Correct.
Okay. And that was from January of 2020.
Yes.
And that was from a bonus that was received actually before the
In
divorce
29
was even filed, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that really doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about in July, right?
Yes, it does. I was just stating that was from that same bonus. What was left over from that is what I used to live off of, move, pay rent, mortgage, and things like that. And whenever that bonus money finally ran out is when I started getting behind on payments. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Okay. Well, sir,
I'm so sorry. I didn't put this on mute. I apologize. My phone rang.
Let's do that now, and then we'll.
Yes, sir. I'm doing that right now. I apologize.
okay. Sir, if I understood your attorney yesterday or understood the questions, then what you're asking for, and I'm going to show you what's been admitted as respondents number 3. Is that your inventory there on respondents 3?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time seeing if you can zoom a
I'm
little
gonna
bit.
try. Oops. I'm always nervous when I start clicking things that you might have the wrong screen. So let me. Well, let me try it this way, and I'll figure out that other thing in a second. You see down here at the bottom of your inventory where it says bills paid for Natalie January 2020 to March of 2021. See that?
Yes. Yes.
And you say that you paid for her $47,160 during that period of time, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, was she the only one that was living in the home?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Okay, then why do you think that these are bills paid just for Natalie?
They're bills paid for the family.
Okay. Okay. But you want Natalie to pay you back?
That would go towards my family.
Okay. Did you not understand my question?
Yes, I do.
You want Natalie to pay you back?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, you agree with me that at least some of this $47,000 that you're asking for her to pay you back, you're also asking for up here when you want the judge to award you the house, right?
Yes.
And so you think you should get it coming and going?
I don't understand that phrasing.
Well, it's a little bit of double dipping if you're asking for her to pay you back for house notes that you paid, but then you want all of the equity that was built up by those same payments, right?
Okay, I see what you're saying. So can you repeat the question again then, if now that you've explained what you said?
It's kind of double dipping, is it not, sir?
I don't see it that way.
So how do you see it?
I see it as going, that money would go back towards the house and towards my children.
Okay, how would that money go towards your children?
For their benefit, any way that they need it.
Well, but it
So
wasn't.
they can survive and live.
It
Yeah.
wasn't for their benefit over the last year and a half. That's why you want Natalie to pay you back, right?
Objection,
I'm sorry.
mischaracterizes the temporary orders and calls for a legal conclusion from my client.
Overruled. It's been answered.
No, I think I was answering no to that.
Okay. So if I'm understanding this correctly, at the end of this case, you want 60% of the estate, and you want, or actually I think you had 62%, and you want Natalie to get 38%, is that right?
Yes.
And sir, why would you be entitled to a 62-38 division in your opinion?
Because I'm the one who financially has been only able to support our family. Therefore, I'm going to need that in order to continue that.
So if the judge doesn't give it to you as the 62-38, then you're not going to be able to make it. Is that what you're telling us?
That as far as the payments and everything right now, no,
Yeah.
I can't make it anymore. No, I am drowning. I'm tapped out. I cannot make it.
Okay. So if the judge doesn't give you a 62-38 division, then you're not going to be able to pay the bills, or you can't pay your bills.
No, I didn't say that. As of right now, I cannot make it. I am behind.
Okay.
If this continues as it does, I will never catch up. Paying for everything and everybody, paying for 2 households, I cannot do that.
Well, sir, you agree with me that at the end of this case, do you think you should pay child support if the children live with Natalie?
Of course.
Okay, and is there any reason that you know of that you shouldn't pay the 30% child support like the family code calls for?
No.
Okay.
But it needs,
You mentioned on your financial information statement, you talked about, the shoes and clothing that you buy for the children. Do you remember listing that on your financial?
yes.
Okay. Have you bought the children any shoes or clothing over the last year?
Yes.
Okay. When, sir?
When needed. Got my son a new pair of boots and shoes that he needed. I bought, just clothes that they grow. So we need clothes, and I need clothes to keep here. I don't have very many, so I have to buy them.
Well, sir, school started in August, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you take them school shopping to get some school clothes?
My mother-in-law sent clothes for me.
Sir, did you not understand my question?
No, I did not need to. No,
So they didn't need school clothes?
no, I didn't say that. I didn't need to. Clothes were bought for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, sir, when you were going through this financial, I guess what I would characterize as financial hardship that you described, did it ever cross your mind to maybe obtain a car that you could afford?
In regards to my truck, that I can,
Well, there's
I'm
only one
caught up.
person that has a car note, right?
yes.
So did you not know I was talking about your truck?
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. I got a little thrown off right there when you asked that, because you said car and I was talking about my truck. So, no, obviously it's up there, but the reason why I can't refinance and I can't go get a new car, we're in bankruptcy right now. I can't afford to even pay cash for a vehicle, so I have the one that I have. Nobody will give me a note. Nobody will give me. It's a horrid financial situation for me right now. So I'm keeping the one that I have because I own that. I own that truck, and they're okay. They're not okay with it, but they understand my situation and they know I'm going to be late a lot.
Okay. Do you know, sir, how much you've paid in attorney's fees?
Whew. I just recently paid almost $13,000. And before,
When did you pay the $13,000?
just a couple weeks ago.
And were you upset yesterday about Natalie hiring an attorney and paying, I think she said $9,000?
No, but that wasn't my money. I borrowed it to pay my attorneys.
Sir, did I ask you anything about borrowing money?
No,
Okay. So were you upset about Natalie spending $9,000 on her attorney when she testified to that yesterday?
no,
Okay. That certainly seemed reasonable given the fact that you just paid another $13,000, right?
yes,
So you don't think that was a waste of money, right? Well, other than the fact that she hired some hillbilly from Pasadena, but you don't think she completely wasted the money, right?
in regards to that, I would say no.
Okay. Now, if we go down and we look at what's been admitted as Respondents Exhibit 37, then this is kind of a trust summary of, I guess your accounting started in November of 2019 all the way through March 5th of 2021. Is that right?
Balances of, where's this, which account is this?
Well, this is the invoices from Mr. Skillern's office.
Oh, okay. Yes.
And as much as I'm sure everyone would love for us to go through each page, I'm just trying to get to the summary at the end, okay? So this is the summary of the payments that you've made. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, sir, this says you made a deposit to start this divorce November 7th of 2019. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is it just coincidence that that's before this alleged incident where Natalie got arrested?
No.
Okay. Had you told Natalie as of November 7th of 2019 that you'd hired a lawyer and were filing for divorce?
Yes, I told her I had a lawyer.
Okay. And that's my fault, sir, as a compound question. So let me do it this way. Did you tell her that you'd hired a lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. Had you told her as of November 7th of 2019 that you were filing for divorce?
I honestly can't answer that honestly because I don't know what dates I told her. So it was around then. I will say that.
Well, sir,
But
did you hire a lawyer at this time, did you hire a lawyer for anything other than filing for divorce?
no.
Okay. Well, and there was that protective order, remember, to kick her out of the house?
Yes.
Okay. So you started that process November 7th of 2019. And the incident that we're going to watch on the video here in a second, or parts of the video here in a second, was November, I think, 22nd of 2019.
Yes.
Okay. So between November 2nd and November 22nd, November 7th and November 22nd, during that 2-week period, she knew that you were filing for divorce. That's your testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you guys just continued to live in the same house together during that period of time?
Yes.
Okay. So then it shifted. You ended up with the protective order application, right?
Yes.
And sir, I just have to ask.
Yeah.
Why would your sister take the protective order and show it to the neighbor?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you know she did that?
I found out she did that. Yes.
Okay. What did you say to her after that, sir?
Protection
Honestly,
relevance.
What's the relevance, Mr. Mahoney?
The relevance, I think, is the disrespect and the attitude towards Miss Q throughout this entire marriage. And I'll move on, Judge. It's not that big. I do have one other question about that issue, though.
Is there that's fine. Objections overruled. You may answer that, sir. What did you say to your sister?
I honestly don't recall what the conversation was like. It was an extreme period of trauma. I had just had my windows smashed out of the house. I honestly do not recall exactly what I said to her. I was in a very odd state of mind at that point in my life. And to recall that conversation, I really can't truthfully answer that.
Well, sir, I think, and I don't know this for sure, but I think I saw your sister in the back of your video yesterday. Is she still there?
She's in a separate room.
Okay, so she is there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you remember when your lawyer yesterday said that you didn't have any family in town, the only way they could watch it was on the live stream?
No, she might have misstated that. She said, I don't have, like all of my family is not in town and they want to watch. Yes.
Okay. So do you still allow your sister to have interaction with the children?
Of course, it's family.
Objection relevance.
Same.
Well, sir, do you think that it was appropriate for your sister to disparage the mother of your children to the neighbor?
Objection argumentative, calls for speculation.
Sustained. That's-
Sir, do you allow people to talk bad about Natalie in front of your children?
Oh, never,
I'm sorry,
never.
never? Okay. Now, going back to the, going back to the protective order, going back to the attorney's fees, I'm sorry. Do you believe that Natalie should have to reimburse you for the attorney's fees that you paid also?
Yes,
Okay. And is that because, sir, you think that Natalie is the sole person at fault at the breakup of this marriage?
yes,
You can't imagine why she wouldn't want to be with you and the video camera that you were following her around with?
at that point, that's a little bit different story. That's not putting the whole picture together.
Well, we talked yesterday, sir, about, you remember the GoPro on your chest just to cook dinner? You remember that?
Yes,
Okay. You don't think that had anything to do with her not wanting to be around you?
no, decision was already made at that time.
Well, the decision was made by who?
By both of us. But she initiated it. And I mean, it was her that brought forth the divorce.
Okay. And is that why you think she should be the one that has to pay for it?
Her actions and behaviors leads to all of this. This could potentially have been done civilly.
Okay. Well, sir, you've made lots of allegations about Miss Q violating the injunction and drinking around the kids. You remember that?
Yes.
And sir, other than what you're going to allege, I guess you heard from the kids or you heard from someone else, have you seen Natalie drink around the kids since January of 2020?
No, but that's a little
Objection,
misleading.
non-responsive after no.
Okay.
Sustained after no.
And sir, so if in fact you had some evidence of that, you certainly could have brought it, right?
As far as physical seeing her evidence, like, yes, if I had evidence of that, I would have definitely brought that.
Okay, but you don't have any evidence of that, do you?
Like, what do you mean by evidence? Like, not just what I'm saying, but like physical evidence?
Sir, do you have you had someone other than what you could say are the children? Has anyone else reported to you that Natalie's put the children in danger since January of 2020?
I would definitely think the hospital incident would be a definite example of danger. I would definitely, yeah, I mean,
Okay, you're talking about the incident where Natalie took your son to the hospital?
yes,
Okay, and am I safe to assume that you've decided that that incident is all Natalie's fault?
yes,
Okay, and you were so concerned about that incident, it was all Natalie's fault, that you certainly participated in any therapy that your son went to after that, right?
I was not informed of any
Objection,
therapy.
non-responsive.
Sustained.
Sir, that's a yes or no.
No,
How many therapy sessions did you go to with Kale after he was discharged from the hospital?
0.
Is that your way of indicating how concerned you were about that incident?
No.
I'm sorry?
Hold
I'm
on,
sorry?
I think I lost, okay. I lost you for 1 second. I apologize. You asked me, is that my way of concern? I didn't hear the rest.
Right. Is that indicative of how concerned you were about this incident between Natalie and what was, I guess, Natalie's fault now?
No,
Okay. Well, sir, is it Natalie's fault that you never bothered to contact a therapist?
that's not true. I did.
Okay. Well, did you have a phone number for the therapist?
Yes, and her email.
You had an email for the therapist?
Both, yes.
Then why did you never show up at any of the therapy sessions?
They were on Zoom during her period of possession. And
Every one of them. Did you ever try to schedule one for Kale during your period of possession?
yes, I did.
Okay, and what happened?
I asked about what the schedules were like. And then that's when I discovered that they had stopped going to therapy. The last therapy session for my son was canceled.
Judge, I'm gonna object. That's hearsay.
It's not, okay, sorry.
Sustained.
Sir, did you not understand my question?
You repeat it, please?
When you tried to schedule a therapy session for Kale because you were so worried about him during your period of possession, what, did you schedule one?
No,
And was it Natalie's fault that you couldn't schedule one during your period of possession?
yes, she discharged them.
Objection non-responsive after yes.
And after yes.
Now,
I'm sorry,
So-
Judge, I didn't hear your ruling.
Sustained after yes.
Thank you.
so sir, did you feel like as Kale's father that he needed to continue going to therapy?
During the month of July when I had him, is that what you're asking?
Objection non-responsive.
Clarification on your question then?
Sustained.
Sir, during 2020, after this incident, did you feel like as Kale's father, he needed to continue to go to therapy?
Yes,
Okay. Why didn't you take him?
because his therapy sessions via Retisha were only, the slotted time she could do it was only during school hours or during Natalie's possession times. She couldn't do them on the weekends. And so therefore I couldn't, and I'm not going to jump therapists around. I want him to use the same one. And I even spoke with Retisha about this thoroughly on the phone of what I could do and when I could do
Objection,
it.
hearsay.
He's only testifying to himself, Your
Yeah.
Honor.
I'm sorry.
Correct,
He
but
spoke
he's
to the
answered the
therapist.
I'm sorry, Judge. I didn't hear what you said.
I heard it. I think he completely answered the question. I think the therapist is not having the sessions during his periods of possession.
Yeah.
So, sir, you had Kale the entire month of July, correct?
Yes,
Did you try to schedule any sessions during July?
I spoke with Retisha in regards to that.
Objection non-responsive.
Yes,
You did
Sustained.
try. You did try to schedule sessions during July?
yes.
Was it Natalie's fault that you couldn't schedule those?
Well, I mean, he was not a client at the time.
Okay, well, sir, if he wasn't a client, why didn't you make him a client?
He had been discharged and we owed money.
So, well, but sir, I thought you paid your portion of you didn't pay your portion of the therapy?
I did when I knew about it.
Well, sir, this is your son who needed all of this help. How could he have been going to therapy and you didn't know about it?
I was not informed when I asked when his sessions were.
Sir, did she need to deliver to you the schedule for therapy too?
If I asked for it, yes.
Well, sir, what happened when you asked the therapist for it?
The therapist told me what the schedules were.
Okay, so then how were you not informed?
This was months later.
Well, sir, the incident happens in March, right?
Yes,
You're worried about him in April, right?
yes.
How many times did you call the therapist in April?
I spoke to the therapist a couple of times. I can't tell you specifically how many, but I spoke to her a few times.
Okay, so you knew about the therapy sessions then in April, right?
Yes.
Did you pay for all of your therapy sessions or your half of the therapy sessions in April?
To my knowledge, I believe I did. I think April is the one I paid for the last. If I'm trying to remember what I paid for, but after that, I didn't know he went again. And then when I asked again in July, hey, what's the schedule like for the therapy? I want to make sure we get to them. I was not given an answer. So that's when I called Retisha.
Okay. Well, when you called her in May to see how your son was doing because you were so worried about him, she didn't tell you whether or not there had been sessions?
No, she did. There was one for
Okay.
Kai and Kyle.
Okay. So you knew about the sessions in May, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you call in June to check on them?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Well,
I-
sir, how concerned were you if you didn't even bother to call over an entire month?
I'm not saying I didn't. I want to answer you honestly, so I don't remember. I can't remember specific conversations I had in June. So
Sir, did you think that the child, your son, needed to continue therapy?
I think it's very healthy for him. Yes.
Okay, then why didn't you reach out to someone else?
Because of the habit formed by his mother of jumping ship on therapists. I wanted to stick with one.
I knew it was going to be, it was Natalie's fault, right?
Objection argumentative.
Same.
Well, sir, it's Natalie's fault that you didn't reach out and obtain another therapist for this child that you believe needed therapy so bad?
When I spoke with Ferticia, she said we could continue. It would have to-
Objection non-responsive.
Same.
Sir, am I understanding you correctly to say that it was Natalie's fault that you did not, in the month of July, when you had your son for the entire month, that you did not, never scheduled a session with her or anybody else? That's Natalie's fault?
No, for July, no.
Okay. If he needed therapy, why didn't you find somebody?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain.
Okay. Now, sir, you're aware that you're asking to be the sole managing conservator, right?
Yes,
And you don't want a domicile restriction, right?
correct.
You want to be able to move to wherever you want?
Yes,
Okay. And you think that that's good for your kids?
I think the location that I have in mind would be very good for them. Yes.
Okay. What's your what location do you have in mind, sir?
Well, it's not really in mind. It's what my opportunity is right now, which is Austin, where I have lots of family.
Okay. So have you ever told Natalie that you're thinking about moving with the kids to Austin?
This is a pretty new event, so no,
Okay. Well, when did you create this decision?
I didn't create the decision. The decision was given to me
I'm sorry. When were you presented with this decision?
just a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. And so if the court gives you custody and appoints you the sole managing conservator, you're not going to live in the house anyway?
That's not true. I still have the opportunity of staying here if I can. So yes, I would live in the house. If I can stay in Houston, I will be living in that house.
Well, that's if the court gives you the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so do you believe that the children need to see their mother?
Yes,
Okay. Do you agree with me that that's going to be somewhat difficult if you decided to move to Austin?
it doesn't have to be. I don't agree with that. No.
So what would in your mind, what should her visitation schedule be if you moved to Austin?
That's not up for me to decide.
You are their dad, right?
No, but I mean, that's going to be ruled by the court.
Okay, but my question is, because didn't you say as co-parents, you should be able to make decisions for your kids together?
Yes,
Okay, and as their dad, you should know what's best for the kids, right?
correct.
Okay, so how often should these children see their mother?
Whatever standard, I mean, when they need to, when they want to, type of thing. It's the same thing, I think, for the both of us.
Well, sir, you understand that sometimes as a parent, you have to direct your kids with what they're supposed to do, right?
Yes, of
Okay,
course.
so as their dad, how often do you think they should see their mother?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain.
Well, sir, am I correct to assume that you don't think that you can make joint decisions with their mother?
With the current language that we have right now, it's very difficult. I would love to be able to do that.
Okay, but you're asking the court to appoint you as the sole managing conservator, meaning that you can make the decision all on your own, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so why do you think that it's in the best interest of your kids that you be the sole parent to make let's start with psychiatric and psychological decisions?
Because I have my children's best interests at heart. They're literally the first thing in my brain. And that's, I try to always put their best interests at heart. It's what I do. I'm their dad.
Okay, and am I understanding you to say that you don't think that Natalie has their best interest at heart?
No, she does not.
She
That's what
doesn't?
I'm saying.
I'm sorry?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, so what makes you think that you are so superior to Natalie that you should be able to make education decisions without even having to talk to her?
Superior is not the word I was using, but their education is very key. I've taught my children from a very young age about education. I've always been involved in that. I mean, for instance, in the last parent-teacher meetings, she wasn't even in them, and then claimed that they wouldn't have one. So I had to contact his teacher. He goes, "Yes, we did have it. Here's the notes from it." Because we couldn't both go to all three at the same time on the Zoom. And so I was like, okay, I'll go to this one at this time. I'll go to this one at this time. If you could do Kai's at this time, because I can't be in all three of them, then she says, well, we didn't even have a meeting. And then so I have to contact Kai's teacher, and lo and behold, there was a meeting. And luckily she was able to give me the PowerPoint from the meeting. It's things like that.
Sir, are you talking about the open house?
No, not the open house. Well, there was an open house too, just that very much like that as well. Same thing that was missed as well.
Sir, are you telling the court under oath that your kids go to a school where the teacher does a PowerPoint for each individual parent-teacher meeting?
No, PowerPoint for the meeting.
Okay, for each individual student, there's a separate PowerPoint?
No, PowerPoint for the meeting in general. Yeah.
Okay, the meeting with the entire class?
Yes.
Okay.
For the parents.
Well, sir, so you think that Natalie had to spoon feed that to you also?
Like I just said, there's 3 meetings, only 2 time slots. I have 3 children. I asked her if she could attend one while I attended the other, and we both attended Sonora's on separate time frames, so we wouldn't be in the same Zoom meeting together.
Sir, let's start with Kai. Can you tell us any of Kai's teachers?
Yeah.
Okay, who are they?
Miss Sexton is one of his teachers, Miss Centel.
Okay, what does Miss Sexton teach?
Miss Sexton is his primary teacher.
Okay, what subjects does she teach?
Oh, she teaches math and science. And Miss Centel, I believe, teaches social studies and I think history as well. Yeah. So
How are his grades?
Kai's doing great. Yeah, he's doing great. He's got all straight A's.
So
I think his lowest grade right now is a 92, I think, from the last report card.
So we have a child who's got straight A's, making the lowest grade of 92. We know he's been living primarily with his mom. We know that under your own testimony, you only get to see them on Thursdays and every other weekend. And now we just need to take him away from his mom and make you the sole managing conservator. That's your testimony?
It doesn't attest to the amount of time I do spend with education on them.
Oh, so you're responsible for those straight A's and the lowest grade being a 92 on your small period of time, as you described it, that you have.
This is only a window of the past 15 months. He's 10 years old. I've been educating my child since birth.
Fair enough. So you taught him before the divorce so that he would maintain the straight A's during the divorce?
Objection
him-
argumentative.
Sustain.
So let's talk about Kale. How's Kale doing, sir?
Kel's doing okay. He just struggles with self-confidence in school right now. That's a big concern of ours that we talk about, the teachers and I. Right now our current goal with him is to be able to raise his hand and answer a question at least one time a week. That's our current goal with his teacher and I, because he's not confident, and I'm trying to build that self-confidence up in him to be able to do that.
Sir, I understand you don't want to tell me that he has straight A's.
No, he doesn't have straight A's.
I'm sorry?
Kel,
Yeah.
Kel, he is a little, I think he's got a B. I think the last report card he has a B. I think it was in his reading, writing.
Okay, well, when's the last time you've logged in and checked on his grades, sir?
After the parents conference, which was a couple weeks ago.
Okay. And your daughter, she's in kindergarten, right?
Yeah, my daughter is the most adaptable as far as her schooling. She gets along with everybody, and so she's doing well.
Now,
They
Sir,
give
the the reality is the children, at least over the last 15 months, haven't had any trouble in school, have they?
But like I said, the Kel's only struggle is right now. His struggle is his confidence. But
Sir, have there been any trouble with absences?
yes, oh
What
yes,
are the, they're not, they've got absences when they were appearing by Zoom?
Zoom and mostly in person, but some of the Zooms are yes. They miss a couple of Zooms, and they've got a total of at least 14 absences and tardies since October, all during her period of possession, minus the COVID testing.
I knew. So when were these 14 absences, sir?
I can pull it up and tell you.
Well, sir, isn't it true that, when did they start back to in-person school, sir?
They started in October.
They started going in person in October.
Yeah,
And it's your sworn testimony that since October, they have 14 days of in-person school that they've missed.
absences and tardies. So there's about 8 or 9 each have absences, and then the rest are tardies.
Well, sir, don't they ride the bus to school?
Yes, but not all the time. Sometimes their mother takes them.
So sir, did you bring any of those records to show the court if that were even true?
I submitted it to my lawyer.
Well, would it surprise you to know that of the 47 exhibits, you don't have any of that stuff?
Yes.
Well, sir, when did you realize that they had these 14 absences and tardies?
Whenever I logged on again to Skyward, and they had changed it, and so it popped up there because I was getting a little concerned because my son told me that he didn't go to school that day. Or my daughter told me she didn't go to school, and I was like, "Why didn't you go to school, baby?" So I was like, "What? What do you mean your mother told you were sick?" And I'm like,
First question was, when did you learn this?
"Oh, fairly recently. I was checking on, about a month ago or so."
Okay, so a month ago, you learned of 14 absences and tardies. Did you talk to Natalie about that?
No.
Okay, why not?
As you've seen, it's a little difficult for us to discuss things like that right now.
Well, sir,
It's something that we're working towards.
didn't you say co-parenting is important, right?
Yes.
Okay, so did you send her an email and ask her, hey, is there a problem?
No.
Okay, did you reach out to the school and ask if maybe there was a problem in the documenting of these absences and tardies that you had just learned about?
Yes.
And is there a reason, sir, why it got to 14 before you even realized, allegedly, that was a problem?
Yes, because did not think that they were missing that much school. I was never, that really took me aback when I saw that.
Well, sir, how often did you log into the Skyward and check on them?
I log into Skyward every time I have them, but I don't go to the absentee tab like I did this day.
Sir, if you log into Skyward every time you had them, wouldn't you have seen it before it got to 14 absences and tardies, allegedly?
No, so you go to Skyward to log in because you have to log in to do their COVID testing, and it's in a different section. And nothing sent up a red flag for me to check that until my daughter started telling me about all the absences she had. And I was taken aback and surprised. So then I went to it.
So now your 5-year-old wasn't just telling you about one absence that day. Now she was telling you about all the absences she's had?
Yeah, because I started questioning it.
Well, but sir, you told us that you didn't log in to look at it until she told you about it. So how?
That's exactly right. Yes.
So how did you know to even allegedly ask her about it, sir?
Because I had to go, because of the pickup. She was at the house and I had to go get the children from school and she wasn't there. So I had to go to the house to get her. I was like, why is she absent? So that's why. That's how I learned.
Let me make sure I understand. You're telling the court under oath, you're here asking to be the sole managing conservator. You allegedly have evidence that these kids have 14 absences and tardies in one school year, and you didn't bring a single shred of paper to show that to the court?
Apparently it hasn't been submitted, but I did give that to my lawyer. So if there's something we can do to do that, I would love to be able to do that.
Well, sir, you certainly knew to give the court your title to your $1,500 Corvette, right?
I gave
Objection calls for a legal conclusion and goes to privilege.
I'll rephrase. I'm not trying to invade the privilege. I apologize. So, sir, I want to go through a little bit. You're asking the court to grant you a divorce from Natalie on the grounds of cruel treatment, right?
Yes.
And when you say cruel treatment, are you talking about these alcoholic assault that we saw in these videos?
That and other things, yes.
Okay, what else are you talking about?
Mental trauma, physical abuse, mental abuse, separation from loved ones,
Okay.
multiple.
So it's Natalie's fault that your family doesn't talk to you?
My family talks to me all the time.
Okay, so then how did she separate you from your family?
They
Or
weren't allowed
your
in my
loved
house
ones? I'm sorry.
by isolating me, by making me feel like the only thing important in my life was supposed to be her.
Sir,
By everything having to go through her first.
sir, you're surprised that a woman wanted you to treat her as she was the most important thing in your life?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay. So what was wrong with that?
The manner in which it was done.
She mentally abused you?
Yes.
Okay, how does she mentally abuse you?
She brought me to feel like I was literally loved by no one, not even my children. I was convinced for a while that my own children didn't love me because of her.
Okay, what else did she, any other way she mentally abused you?
That's a pretty big one right there, but also the isolation, the self-doubt, the nothing was ever good enough. Nothing was ever right. I was never wrong. I've never been apologized. Not once in 22 years have I been apologized to.
Okay, anything else?
I can go on forever. I mean, would you like me to keep going?
I don't want you to go on forever. I just want to know, I would like for you to maybe to get to one that's actually mental abuse? You got any of those?
I can break those situations down to show you how it is, of my trauma and of not being feeling so alone that when I first started telling people about my divorce and people offering to help me, I would literally cry because I forgot what it was like to be loved and supported. I would literally cry when somebody would say, "I'm there for you." I didn't know what that felt like anymore. I did not know.
Okay. Anything else?
Sure. I mean, what other examples do you want? The trauma of my children as well.
I just want to know how she was cruel to you, sir.
Cruel to me, like those examples, cruel to me about how she treated my children, cruel to me by the physical abuse.
Sir,
Cruel.
sir, when did you make a decision, sir, that your children were in danger if they were with their mother?
When she started going back to her old habits of crazy partying and going out and drinking all the time. And once again, like I said, when you have to get yourself out of a certain trauma mindset, it takes you a while to realize what you've been doing and what's been happening. I've learned so much in this past year, but
Sir,
then go ahead.
non-responsive.
Sustained.
Sir, my question was, when did you decide that you believed that your children were in danger if they were with their mother?
When I started learning about how bad what she was doing to them mentally was going to be affecting and has been affecting them.
Sir, I'll be honest with you. I lived in Siena for a couple of months, but I've
Yes.
never met you. So my question is when, sir? Can you give us a time?
No, I cannot.
So,
It's been a long process, but I can't give you a specific time. I
okay,
can give you examples of things that made me do this, made me get to that point, but I can't give you a time.
in November of 2019, did you think the children were in danger if you left them with their mom?
Oh, yes. Yes.
You would have never left them with their mom in November of 2019, right?
I didn't say that, but once again, when you're in trauma and you're going through a situation, you don't make sound decisions. And
Okay.
so in November of 2019, yes, I did feel they were in danger, but no, I wasn't sure or didn't really know how to proceed with my life at that point.
Well, sir, you remember in November of 2019, you tried to take both boys and go to Fort Worth and leave your, at that time, 3-year-old daughter with this drunk alcoholic of a mom that put her in danger. That's
I wanted to take all three. She wouldn't let me. And then she called the police on me and said I was kidnapping them.
Sir, I understand, and I appreciate that. And you ended up leaving one of them, Kale or Kai, with her again, right?
Yes, once again, when you're in that state of mind, it's easy to say it like you're saying, but when you're in that state of mind mentally and you're going through this and you've been in an abusive relationship, you don't necessarily make sound decisions. Believe me, there's plenty of decisions that I regret having made in regards to that type of stuff.
Okay.
I've learned now how much to get past it. Yes.
Okay. So you want, if I'm understanding, you want the divorce on the grounds of cruel treatment. You want 68% of the property. You want an alcohol injunction just against Natalie, right?
Yes.
Because is that because you don't have a problem? You can manage your alcohol intake?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Yeah. So the injunction just needs to be against Natalie, not against you. Right?
You're more than welcome to do both. I have no problem. If that's what you feel. But yes, the injunction does have to be on her. She needs to be ordered to do that.
Okay. Now, we've talked about the sole managing conservator. What, I think you said standard possession for periods of possession. Is that right?
as in the thing that we submitted to the court? Is that what you're asking?
Well, no, I'm asking you, sir, as the father of these 3 small children, didn't
Yes.
you just tell me that she should have visitation with the standard possession order?
Yeah, I believe it says something like that. Yeah,
Okay. And you're aware that that's about 40%, 42% of the time, right?
yeah, rough. Yeah, I haven't sat down and done the math, but sure, I'll agree with you on that.
Well, let's call it 40% of the time. Sir, could you tell the judge, as the protector of these children, why you're going to put them in danger 40% of the time?
Like I said, if what I'm asking for from the court is not that specifically, but if you're asking if they spend time with their mother, then they do. It's a relationship that needs to be built, and I'm hoping that through this process, she can grow as a person and learn and understand how and what the time needs to be spent with them. The questions are kind of roundabout. Do I think right now it's healthy for them to be with them her the most? Absolutely not. Do I hope in the future that this is something that can happen to where they can have a healthy relationship with their mother? Yes, I do.
Okay. So do you think that she should be awarded visitation 40% of the time or not?
Currently, I mean, yes, I guess. I mean,
Okay. Are you carrying health insurance now on the children?
yes.
Okay. Now, sir, are you okay with the injunction that says that the children can't be around your brother?
Oh, of course. Oh, yeah. They can't anyways. He's in jail. So,
And I appreciate that, sir, but I would assume at some point he may get out, right?
he's not being around my children. No.
What did Natalie do that caused your brother to be put in jail?
Nothing.
Objection argumentative.
Dang.
Now, there was some talk yesterday, sir, about Natalie's, you remember the TRS account from
Sir,
Natalie?
I apologize, everyone. May I pause? Somebody is knocking at my door. Can I please tell them I'm in court to go away?
Yes, go ahead.
I can bring the camera with me if you'd like me to.
No, just take care of it and come back.
Excuse me. I'm in the middle of court. Hello? I'm in the middle of court. Can y'all please not knock and come in here? What? I'm in the middle of court on Zoom meeting. Can y'all please stay out and thank you? All right. Thank you. I apologize. Sorry.
Okay. Honey, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Now, sir, do you remember yesterday when we talked about the videos and the, I call them inspirational quotes, and you said there were some ramblings on the mirrors? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said, if I heard you correctly, you said that they were like drunk ramblings where she had just written stuff all over the mirrors. And that's why you were taking pictures of them?
Yeah, I honestly don't even remember what they said. I just remember she wrote all over the mirrors in a bunch of red ink or something like that. Yeah.
Okay. But yesterday you were very specific in saying that they were not inspirational quotes. They were drunk ramblings. Do you remember that?
Objection
they were.
relevance.
Well, sir, may I publish, Judge?
You may.
Sir, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as, I think it's RV3 or something to that effect. Do you see that there in front of you?
Yes,
Okay, and so that's you taking a picture of these, what you characterize as drunk ramblings on the mirror, right?
yes,
And just so we're clear, sir, you weren't trying to exaggerate in front of the court, were you?
no,
Okay, so the top one, if I'm reading it correctly, says lift you high in the lowest for all my days. Do you see that?
yes,
That, sir, you're characterizing that as a drunk rambling. It's not an inspirational quote.
not in the context in which she did it. Yes, I am.
Oh,
I can explain that if you would like.
well, I'm sure that Ms. Lefevre will give you plenty of opportunity to explain it, sir. But you see where it says life is tough, but God is good all
Yes.
the time.
Yes,
I hear that every now and then on TV, and I always see it as an inspirational quote. But what kind of drunk rambling is that, sir?
okay, well, the reason why she's doing that is because I had that quote up from her own pastor on my mirror he gave to me. And she threw it in the trash and said that I was being an asshole or whatever it was. So then she ruined act and wrote that back on there after she beat me, and I called the cops, and then she called the cops and everything.
Okay, and I appreciate that, sir. But my question was, what kind of a drunk rambling is that?
That's a sarcastic way of just getting at me. That's what it is. While she was drunk.
So she wrote all of this stuff that she wrote. You're saying she wrote while she was drunk,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay, and you took pictures of it and did whatever you're going to do with it, right?
Yes.
Now, this issue of God is good all the time, that's been an issue in your marriage, hasn't it?
No, it's never been an issue.
Well, sir, co-parenting, as I understand, it's very important to you, right?
Yes.
Sir, could you tell me which part of co-parenting you were participating in when you sat the kids down and told them that there was no God?
I never said that.
Objection relevance.
Oh,
Moral and religious training.
Fine, sorry.
Well,
he said he didn't say it.
sir,
I said I did
you-
not say that.
Did you sit? You're aware, sir, that religion is very important to Miss Q, are you not?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, sir, you're aware that, if I remember correctly, she prays with the children daily.
No.
Okay. Does she pray with the children?
Honestly, I can't tell you the time I ever saw her pray with the children.
You never saw her pray with the children, and you guys never had arguments about that?
No, never. We've never argued about religion, ever.
Well, sir,
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I correct you? Correct myself on that?
sir, my question was, did you guys have arguments about her praying with the children?
No, God, no. Oh, why?
Sir, did you sit Sonora down this year and tell her that there was no Santa Claus?
Yes.
How old was she when you told her that, sir?
I apologize. My son said it to her, so I had to explain it.
Non-responsive.
Oh, sorry.
Sustained.
How old was she when you told her that, sir?
5.
And did you talk to Natalie about that, and you guys made a co-parenting decision about how you were going to tell her that?
The opportunity was not available for that. No.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained other than no.
Did you think that was an important decision, sir, that you needed to contact their mom and let her know?
At the time, no.
And then after you did it, sir, did you contact her mom afterwards and at least let her know that, hey, if Sonora comes home and starts asking you about this is what happened?
I don't believe I did. I can't say yes or no, but I don't believe I did.
Well, sir, why didn't you think that was important enough to at least sit down, write an email, explain to her mom what happened?
That's not some sort of life pivotal it's not going to affect her in the long run. So, I mean,
That wasn't a co-parenting decision that you are, it wasn't an example of co-parenting by not involving Natalie in that type of decision, right?
Objection compound unclear.
Same.
Well, sir, let me ask it this way. Would you have been okay if Natalie had done that with Sonora and not told you about it?
yeah, I would completely fine with it.
Sir, have you told Natalie in the past that if she divorced you, you'd make sure she left with nothing?
No,
Never written that in an email?
no,
Never told her that? When you
No.
guys were arguing?
Objection asked and answered.
Same.
Well, sir, other than the camera that we see in these videos that you've presented, did you have other cameras installed in the house?
not at that time, no.
Well-
But after she was arrested and wasn't supposed to come near the house, I put 2 cameras up, or three cameras in the front yard and in the backyard.
Okay. Are you talking about after the ex parte protective order?
If that's what it's called, yes. Whenever she was arrested and wasn't allowed back at the house, is that what that's called?
Okay. But
Yeah.
before you guys separated, did you have cameras in the house?
No. Well, besides when I was wearing.
Have your children, sir, ever been physically hurt other than the one incident that we've talked about already about the emergency room? Have your children been physically hurt in the last 12 months, or I guess 15 months, while they've been residing primarily with their mom?
Aside from the typical kid bumps and bruises, not that I'm aware of.
So would the answer to my question then be no?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Sir, if your kids are making straight A's, they've never been hurt, and everybody is fine, why would we change anything?
I've answered that already, I thought, but because I feel like I am 100% the better parent to provide my children's needs, not just physically and educationally, but emotionally as well.
Okay, that's it?
In short, yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break. This witness has been going for a while, so we will resume at 3 o'clock. We're going off the record.
3 o'clock.
Minnie, you ready?
Yep.
We're back on the record in the Q matter. Ms. LaFever, this is your witness.
Your Honor, I'll reserve for my case in chief.
Mr. Mahoney, you may call your next witness.
Judge, I'm gonna briefly recall Ms. Q just to get in some stuff that you had asked for yesterday, if I may.
All right, you may. You may.
Okay. Ms. Q, I'm gonna show you. And Ms. LaFever, did you get the exhibits I sent you right at lunchtime? The statement?
Let me see, right after lunch. Oh, 28 and 29, I have no objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
I guess hold on,
So
let me make sure.
petitioner's
Let me make sure 28 is what I thought it was and 29, yeah, we're good.
Petitioners 28 and 29, Mr. Mahoney, are being offered at this time.
Yes, sir, Judge.
All right, 28 and 29 are admitted.
Now, Ms. Q, I'm gonna show you what's been admitted as petitioners 28 and,
That's your other one. That's your other screen.
oh,
Your stop.
okay, sorry. Is this a screenshot or a statement of your balance in your TRS?
Yes, it is.
Now, it's kind of blurry, but does that say $848.43?
Yes, it is.
Prior to yesterday, did you know that you had a balance in TRS?
No.
Do you know how you obtained a balance in TRS now?
Yes.
How did you get a balance now?
Under a contract in Fort Bend ISD, you're obligated to contribute 7.7% of your income. And you can't waive that. It's just a part of your contract. So
In fact, that's your Social Security, if I think.
it's like a 401k type
Okay.
retirement, thing.
I'm going to show you petitioners 29. Is that your balance as we sit here today in your health savings plan?
Yes, it is.
And that money is money that's allocated just for healthcare expenses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you trying to trick anybody by not putting that on your inventory?
No.
If Mr. Q wants half of the $900 in the health savings plan, is he welcome to have it?
Sure. Yes.
Now, let's talk about briefly about a few things that you heard Mr. Q testify that the children had, I think he said 14 absences and tardies since October. Did you hear him say that?
I did.
Is that accurate?
No.
Have there been times when the children have missed school?
Yes.
Have there been times when the children, well, let me show you what I'll mark. Actually, let me show you what I think Ms. LaFever marked for me. Thank you, Ms. LaFever. Judge, at this time, I'll stipulate to respondents 48.
Are you, so we have respondents 48, Ms. LaFever?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, respondents 48 is admitted.
Now, did you hear Mr. Q testify that all 14 absences and tardies were your fault? Did you hear him say that?
Yes.
Now, he has the children every Thursday during the school term, does he not?
He does.
So if there is a Friday that is an unexcused or that is a tardy, could that possibly be your fault?
No.
Isn't he supposed to take the children to school on Fridays?
Yes.
Okay, so just start here at the top with Kale. Friday, January 15th, was that the COVID testing?
Yeah, yes,
Okay, and he did say that that one, that one was on the list, I guess he said, right?
yes,
Now, but if we go down and we look here at Friday, October 2nd, that's an unexcused absence, is it not?
that's correct.
Was that your fault also?
No,
If we go through, he also has the children on the first, third, and the fifth weekend, is that right?
yes,
And so if we go through these weekends or these times that are after a first, third, a Monday after a first, third, or a fifth weekend, who would be responsible for taking the children to school on that day?
Alan,
And are there in fact absences and tardies here as well?
yes.
Now
Where?
Hold on, sir. Don't talk while they're examining the other person.
well, ma'am, if we go through well, let's just start right here on Friday, October 2nd. You see where it says unexcused?
Yes,
Does that mean that there's been no note and no explanation?
that's correct.
And who was responsible for Kale going to school on Friday, October 2nd?
I believe that would be Alan.
Okay. Now, the ones that say excused, have your children missed some school
They
because
have,
they've been sick?
yes,
Okay.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Ma'am, do you see here in the absences? Do we need to go through each and every one of them to say, well, let me ask you this way. When a child misses school, do you send them, or what do you send them with the next day? Or how do you notify the school?
I notify the school, if they're absent, I email their teachers and the attendance clerk and usually the nurse now with,
Okay. And if it says, do you know how it becomes an excused absence?
that's it. When it's excused is when the attendance clerk is contacted. If it's unexcused, they have not been contacted in any way. So the child was just missing from school and there was no note or reason given to the school.
Ma'am, as we sit here today, well, prior to today, has Mr. Q ever mentioned to you a concern about the children's school attendance?
No,
Has he ever written to you and asked you why the children missed the day of school?
no.
How did-
I'm sorry. He did ask me once why they missed school. I'm sorry. I take
Do you
that back.
recall when that was?
It was 2 weeks ago. That was the only time.
Okay. How do your children do in school?
Amazing.
And has there, to your knowledge, been any problems in school over the last year?
No,
Now, where it says period 1, do you know if this means they missed part of the day or the whole day?
it doesn't determine after. I think if they're tardy after 10, it's considered an absence, I believe.
Okay. And
So,
have there
or
been,
maybe the other way around.
can you think of any reasons why your children may have missed school this school year?
Any reasons my children have missed school? There has been, they've been sick. They've been pulled out by a parent or,
In fact, ma'am, do you remember yesterday, Mr. Q complaining because he thought you didn't keep one of the children home when they were sick?
that's correct.
Is that a little different than all of a sudden today being worried about tardies and absences?
That's correct.
Ma'am, if Mr. Q was logging in and looking at the attendance records regularly, do you think maybe if he thought this was a problem, he could have addressed it before today?
Objection compound and calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, ma'am, if Mr. Q was the primary parent Well, when the kids missed school on October 15th, did you contact Mr. Q? I'm sorry, on January 15th, did you contact Mr. Q?
Yes, yes.
Okay, how did you know the kids were not in school?
The school contacted me at 10 a.m. saying they were absent.
Now, have you reviewed the temporary order?
Yes,
And you're aware that Mr. Q is ordered to notify you if he doesn't take the kids to school the next day?
I am aware.
I'm sorry, before you go on, Mr. Mahoney, could you restate the date?
January 15th?
That's when all three were absent. Can I see the screen again?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's
Can you see it?
not yet. Hold on.
Where? Do you think, ma'am, that is the?
It's the one where all three were absent. Let's see. Excuse. It was whatever Friday was just recently. Yeah, it had to have been that one. It was the most recent Friday that they missed. All three of them were out on that day. Yep.
Have you received any truancy warnings or anything from the school saying that you're going to be in trouble because the kids have missed too much school?
Definitely not.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Ms. Koo,
Mr. Fever?
you just stated that a Thursday would be an absence during your time, correct?
A Thursday day at school?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, so Thursday, January 14th, all three kids have excused absence followed by January 15th. Were the kids in your possession on that Thursday?
Yes, they were.
Okay, and so were they homesick?
Is it all three? Hold on, let me look. Is it all three kids or it's just two? I think it's just two. Or all three.
We're looking at Thursday, January 14th and Friday, January 15th. For all three children, they have excused absences in this exhibit.
I don't think that that's accurate.
You don't think that the school properly reported all three children the same way?
Hold on, let me just. I do not believe that's accurate. There was one day when two of them were home, another day when one of them was home. How are these dates lined up? Hold on one second. 10. Okay, go back to March. Let's see. March, let's see. I don't. Nothing in February. Yeah, it had to have been that day. I know it was a Friday. They were pulled out for the COVID testing. The day before, I think, I don't even remember. I'm not sure if that's accurate or not.
Okay, so
Honestly.
it is your testimony to the court that you're not sure if the school properly reported all three of the children the same way on those 2 days.
That's correct.
Okay, but it's your testimony that one of those 2 days is Mr. Koo's day. And is it your testimony then that the court should consider that accurate for the day that Mr. Koo was in possession of the kids?
So I'm going to object. That would call for speculation, and that's not what she said. She didn't say anything about the 15th. She said about the 14th.
She just said
He pulled the kids out one Friday, all three of the kids out one Friday, and I believe it was that 15th.
objection non-responsive.
Sustained.
Ms. Koo, what I am asking is, since you have told the court that you do not believe that the reporting from the school is correct for the 14th or the 15th, are you asking the court to believe that the 15th is accurate, but not the 14th?
again, I'm going to object. She has not said that the 15th is not accurate. She said she thought that was the day that he took them for COVID testing.
She just stated she didn't think any of this was accurate.
No, that's not
Overruled.
what she said either.
Ms. Koo, please answer the question.
What was the question? Sorry.
Are you asking the court to believe that the 15th, the day Mr. Koo is in possession, is an accurate reporting from the school?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Koo, on the TRS form, and I'm going to publish this, and it's super blurry, so I'm hopefully. Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, is it tall and skinny, or does it actually show up on your screen like the way that it would be on a normal computer?
It's like a normal computer.
Okay.
I can see
All
it.
right, so then, Ms. Koo, I'm going to try and zoom in. It's going to get a little bit blurry, but if you'll bear with me, do you see where it says salary year?
Yes.
Okay, and that's for 2020 to 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
Why does it state that your salary is $10,000 and $10,007?
I'm assuming probably because it's only for this semester. They're probably splitting it by semester since my contract hasn't been renewed yet for fall. And I haven't signed any paperwork moving forward. So they're just attributing to this current semester. That's what I would assume.
Okay, but you were contributing to TRS last semester as well when you started in September, correct?
There was a computer kind of problem, so partially yes, partially no. But yes, there were some contributions.
Okay, so you're not sure why it says $10,000. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, I'm assuming that it's half of the year, the spring semester of this year.
Okay. But you actually make $20,000 a year with your salary, correct?
Yes, so that would be half of that. That's what I'm assuming.
Okay. And do you know what, if the TRS vests immediately or if it takes time for that to vest?
I don't know.
Okay. So you don't know if this is a cash value or if there is actually a projected value right away?
I don't know.
Okay. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
I have no further questions to this witness.
All right, Mr. Mahoney, you may call your next witness.
Judge, the only thing I have left is myself on attorney's fees, and do you want to do it at the end, or do you want to do it now? I don't care. Or do you want to just stipulate to it and we'll submit invoices, Ms. LaFever? That's what we.
I'm absolutely okay with stipulating. We're running low on time. I don't have any issues with that, Mr. Mahoney.
We'll just submit invoices if that's okay with the court when we finish.
If both sides are agreeing to stipulate to their reasonableness, and you want to just stipulate to the amounts, that's fine with me. Y'all can do that later.
Yes, sir.
Court will accept
And now,
that.
just to be clear, we're talking about my invoices and Mr. Mahoney's invoices, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. Then yes, Mr. Mahoney, I have no problem stipulating to that.
And Judge, with that, we rest.
All right, Ms. LaFever, you may call your first witness.
Call Mr. Koo. Mr. Koo, I'm going to start with sorry, my sorting on my files has gone upside down. Here we go. Okay, Mr. Koo. Do you recognize this document?
Yes,
Is this a shorthand rendition of what you're asking from the court today after final trial?
yes,
And you are asking that the court grant your divorce on the grounds of cruel treatment? Is that correct?
yes,
And if the court doesn't find grounds of cruel treatment, that you ask that it be granted on the grounds of insupportability. Is that correct?
yes,
And you're asking the court to grant a award of property as set out in the proposed division in a separate exhibit that has been filed with the court. Is that correct?
Yes,
And to confirm your Chevy Corvette as your separate property?
yes,
And to award a disproportionate division of the marital estate to you, including reimbursement for the 15 months of support paid towards Natalie's living expenses?
yes,
In the alternative, or in addition, are you also asking that the court consider the waste of Natalie's additional income that had not been used towards community debts
yes,
and that she cannot account for?
yes,
You're asking that each of you be awarded your own personal items?
yes,
And you're asking that Natalie be ordered to vacate the marital residence by a date and time certain?
yes,
You're asking that each of you be awarded the pet in your possession?
yes,
And you're asking that Natalie be enjoined from consuming alcohol within 24 hours prior to or during periods of possession and access to the children,
yes,
and coming within 100 feet of you, other than the case of an emergency regarding the children or for exchanges.
yes,
You're asking that you be named sole managing conservator,
yes,
and that you have the exclusive rights and duties of a sole managing conservator with regard to the children.
yes,
That Natalie have possession either on a restricted basis with specific dates and times, or that she have possession and access to the children in accordance to a standard possession order at the judge's discretion. Is that correct?
yes,
And you're asking that the judge's discretion also include what he heard from the children in chambers, whatever that may have been.
yes,
And you're asking that Natalie be ordered to pay guideline child support as set forth in the family code,
yes,
and that you be ordered to split health and health premiums, uninsured medical expenses 50-50.
yes,
And you're asking that Natalie reimburse you for health insurance premiums. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. So with that, I'm going to move on to now. You've been through this financial information statement a little bit with Mr. Mahoney, but let's just break down briefly for the court. The mortgage and rent that you have listed here right now is your current obligation. Is that correct?
correct.
And that current obligation includes both households. Is that correct?
Yes,
Can you break down for the court what the cost is of the mortgage each month?
it's roughly $2,500, a little bit more.
Okay, and that's actually further addressed and broken out specifically in your exhibit that was produced earlier, the shorthand rendition of your monthly expenses for July.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And since the filing of this lawsuit, when Natalie filed on November 8th of 2019, has the mortgage changed at all?
Yes.
When did the mortgage change?
It changed in the summer. The insurance went up around July. June.
How
I
much
think,
did it increase by?
by about $560 something.
And was that taken into account during the temporary orders?
No,
Was there any way to even have known about it during the temporary orders?
no.
Now, during the temporary orders, at this point, Your Honor, I'm going to ask that you take judicial notice of the temporary orders on file with the court.
Any objection, Mr. Mahoney?
I'm not sure what the relevance would be. I'm going to object to relevance unless we limit the scope. I don't think temporary orders are admissible in the final, but.
All right, well, she's not offering it as an exhibit, I don't think, but the court's going to overrule the objection. The court's going to take judicial notice of the temporary order signed by this court on January 30th, 2020.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Mr. Koo, I've messed up the sharing thing, haven't I? Okay, there we go. In the temporary orders, you were ordered to pay living expenses for your wife, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall how your income was calculated to determine which obligations you were to pay?
Yeah, based on my salary and bonuses.
Did you receive the bonuses that had been anticipated this year?
No.
And due to the lack of bonuses and the increase in the mortgage payments, have you been able to meet your minimum reasonable needs and the obligations of the temporary orders?
No.
Is that why you filed a motion to modify temporary orders?
Yes.
Did you have any idea that Natalie had additional income?
No.
Okay, property taxes and HOA dues, you have listed as $100 a month. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And telephone, fax, internet, and cable, is that for your internet at your apartment?
Yes.
Does that include internet at the home?
No.
Okay. And your cell phone is $37.33 a month, is that correct?
Yes.
And water, sewer, and garbage, does that include both homes or just your apartment?
I think that's both, I think.
Okay.
I'm,
And before we move forward
that
with
looks
that,
like one. Okay, sorry.
how long do you have a lease in your current apartment?
It's actually already up. I'm paying month to month now.
Okay. And since it got brought up earlier, could you just briefly explain to the court how it is that you are able to find an apartment within your employer's apartment complexes?
Yeah, sure. So we obviously right now we build apartments, but what most people don't know is that we turn around and immediately sell them, pretty much most of them. And we keep about 10% for our portfolio. So the only ones that I'm allowed to live at are the ones that we actually currently own. And the property that I'm at right now is the closest one to the home that we own.
Okay.
Which is approximately 26 miles, but it takes an hour because of traffic.
And if there was an apartment that was available closer to your children, would you have gotten that apartment?
100%. 100%.
Okay. So gas, $30.
Yeah, that's gas bill. So this looks like it's only just the one home for the house.
Okay.
Because I don't
And then
have
electric, is that just for the house?
Yeah. Yeah, because it
Okay.
averages out about that per month.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so the other obligations then within this financial information statement, other than the $34.50, are all just for the home? Is that correct?
Except for the internet. That's
Okay.
mine.
And will that cost transfer if you were to then move the internet to your residence?
Yes.
To the home if it were your residence?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that your monthly rent is how much each month?
Like I said, it fluctuates because certain bills are in there, but it ranges. I would say it averages at around $850 to $900 average.
Okay.
Yes.
And your car payments are set, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Your automobile insurance, is that just for your vehicle?
That was for both.
Okay. And then you have $500 of food at home, is that correct?
Yes.
And then eating out or alone or with friends and eating out with the children is another $200.
Yes.
Okay. And you have the insurance of health, dental, and vision of $215 per month. Let's briefly break out for the court. What is so from your paychecks, we can look and see that per month, your total cost for health insurance is $135.42. How much is just for you?
Just for me is it would be like around $40 just for me.
Okay. And so for the children, it would be about $95.42.
Yes. I will confirm that math.
And then for your dental insurance, again, looking at your pay stubs, you can calculate that monthly the cost would be $51.89 for you and the children. How much is just for you for dental insurance?
For me, it's I think it's like $35, It's kind of expensive just for me, but I think it's like around $30 to $35.
Okay. So let's split the difference and say 33.
Sure.
Okay. So then the cost for just the children would be a little over $18. Is that correct? $19?
Yes.
Okay. And then you have additional activities of $100. Could you give an example of what a given month additional activities might be?
For instance, like for my children. Are you
Whatever might fall into that, if that's your
Uh-huh.
children or if that's for you.
Oh, okay. If I need to, sometimes, for example, this past month, since my job's coming to an end, I spent a ton more on gas going back and forth to another job, checking in with them and helping out. So I just kind of have to put that in there to try to adjust for that type of thing. I've filled up my tank multiple times during the week, going back and forth to another job right now. And it's
Okay.
actually way less than what I spent on gas. So,
Okay. So then with all of that, and then you have toiletries is about $40.
yeah,
So the court could look at your bottom total and subtract about $890 of your rent to get what your your cost would be if you were to be back in the marital residence. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. And then you are in bankruptcy. Those documents have been admitted to the court. And the bankruptcy monthly obligation is, you've listed it 810, is that correct?
yes,
And that's actually withheld from your paycheck, correct?
yes,
Okay. And then you have a child support obligation. You're currently paying $2,494.58 a month. Is that correct?
yes,
That's also withheld from your paycheck.
yes,
So your total monthly liabilities come out to just over $9,000. Isn't that correct?
yes,
And that's more than your gross pay each month. Isn't that correct?
yes.
So no matter what happens here today, are you asking the court to ask or to order Natalie to begin paying some of the community obligations?
Yes,
And the bankruptcy is solely in your name. Is that correct?
yes,
So do you trust Natalie to pay the bankruptcy?
no,
What about your truck?
no,
What about the house?
no,
Do you believe that Natalie is actually capable of supporting the house?
no,
Now you sat here for all of Ms. Ku's testimony yesterday. And of all of the things she said to which you have firsthand knowledge, how much of it was truthful?
absolute best, 3 to 5%. Probably about 95 to 98% it was false.
Okay, we're going to come back to some of that in a minute, but let's talk about the inventory that you have provided to the court that has been listed as Exhibit R3. Prior to Natalie filing for divorce on November 8th of 2019, who handled the finances of the household?
Natalie,
And you two filed for bankruptcy together, is that correct?
yes.
And when did you file for bankruptcy?
It happened around May that previous year. It was around May, April, May, that towards the end, right after the tax season.
Okay, of 2019?
Yes, yeah,
And so prior to that point, did Ms. Ku have credit cards that were in both of your names?
yes,
Did she spend on those credit cards?
yes,
Are those credit cards the majority of the bankruptcy that was filed?
Because
yes,
I'm going to object. That assumes facts not in evidence. It calls for speculation and best evidence. There's been no documents produced to support.
Your Honor, the
Objection.
bankruptcy documents have been admitted. Sorry, Judge.
But there's not a breakdown, Judge, of where that number came from.
I understand the objections overruled.
Okay. Do you believe, Ms. Koo, that she doesn't remember where she spent the money she received?
No.
If you are not awarded the house, are you asking the court to order it be sold so that you can pay off your community debts?
Yes.
And should you be granted the exclusive right to live there while the house sells?
Yes.
Why should you be in the marital residence while the house sells?
Because I'm the one that can support it. I can pay for it, and I can keep the children there while it does go through the process.
What concerns, if any, do you have with regard to the protection of the property while the house sells if Ms. Koo stays in it?
Plenty. I mean, if it's going to sell or if she's in it and I'm not, and it's in the process, I'm worried that she would destroy things, my property, the community property.
What past experience do you have that makes you believe that?
Well, for instance, when she first got out of jail, she smashed the window out in the backyard. That's one of the reasons why I bought the cameras. And I mean, during some violent tirades, she, has chunked cups at the walls and put holes in them. Some of them were chunked at my face and put holes in the wall when I dodged it. I'm really worried about and leaving expensive things of mine outside and exposed in the rain. Me sending multiple emails begging her to please put it up, and then the response will be talk to your lawyer.
Let's talk to your lawyer. How often does Ms. Koo tell you to talk to your lawyer?
Almost every conversation, that's the way it would end until November-ish.
Objection non-responsive.
Okay, so based on the testimony you heard yesterday from Ms. Koo, with her inability to account for the money that she has spent, what concerns, if any, do you have regarding her financial responsibility if she's awarded the house?
Judge, again, I'm going to object. It's leading. It's a mischaracterization of the evidence.
Overruled.
I'm concerned it won't. She can't. Can I answer? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Number one, she can't maintain it financially. Number two, it will definitely cost even more money because she pays for, the things like the tree trimmings and the quote unquote, the alleged repairs and things like that, when that's kind of what I do for a living and I can have it done myself. The cost of living in that house for me would be much less. Not only that, but she can't afford it. She doesn't maintain jobs either. So how is she supposed to pay for that when she, prior to being a stay-at-home mother, she wasn't able to even keep jobs?
Okay, when in the course of your marriage, and that's including that you're still married today, how many times has she called the police on you?
1, 2, 3. 4, I believe it was been 4.
Okay, so let's start with the first time. When was the first time she called the police on you?
When I was wanting to take my children to the Rubik's Cube competition.
Can you give us a time frame on that?
That was in November of 2019, I believe.
Okay.
I think it was November. And she had called the police on me. It absolutely terrified my children. They thought I was going to jail.
Judge, I'm going to object. It calls for hearsay.
Sustained to that part, the last part.
Okay, so she called the police on you.
Yes.
Did she tell you why she called the police?
She said that I was going to kidnap them.
And did anything else happen that day between you and Natalie?
Yes, she took all the money out of the account, so I couldn't take him to Fort Worth. And
Did Natalie know why you were going to Fort Worth?
yes,
Objection,
How did
call
she
for
know?
speculation.
Overruled.
How did she know?
because I told her I was going to my son's Rubik's Cube competition in Fort Worth.
Okay.
Yes,
So which one of your kids does the Rubik's Cube competitions?
it would be Kai.
Okay. And how long had you had this appointment to go to the competition?
Oh, months, at least 2 to 3 months. Yes,
Okay. So she knew about it before you filed or before she filed for divorce. Is that correct?
yes,
And so the police were called on this day and no one was arrested. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay. What happened? When was the next time that she called the police on you?
The next time was there was a child exchange supposed to happen. So she called the police again.
Objection, non-responsive. I think
When
Yes.
give us a
It was approximately a week or two after that event, I believe. It was very
Okay.
shortly thereafter.
okay. And so at that point, did the police come?
Yes,
Did Miss Q tell you why she had called the police?
to
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained. She's asking, did she tell you, not what she told you, did she tell you, yes or no?
yes,
What did she tell you as far as why she called the police?
she told the police, or she told me it's because she was scared of me.
To your knowledge, does your wife have any reason to be afraid of you?
No, no.
Object, that call for speculation as to what her mindset was.
Sorry, Judge, we can't hear you.
The objection was sustained on that one.
Thank you. Then when was the next, please give us the date of the next time, if you can, that she called the police on you.
Close to November, I think it was the 20th. I think the night of the incident where she was arrested.
Judge, may I take the witness on board dire? He appears to be reading from something.
You may.
Mr. Q, are you?
It's just my keyboard. I'm just looking down as I'm thinking, if you can see. I don't know if y'all can see that or not.
You have the witness on board hour, Mr. Mahoney.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Q, are you reading from some notes there while you're testifying?
No, sir.
I'm sorry?
No, sir.
Okay, and you're not reading anything on the screen?
No, sir.
Okay, and there wasn't anything in your lap?
No, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Lefevre, you may continue.
Okay. So the night of November 20th is what you said, correct? You said it was the night that she was arrested?
Yes.
Were you there when Miss Q called the police?
Yes.
Did you hear her on the phone?
Yes.
What did you hear her say to the police?
She told them that I was abusing her and that she needed to come domestic abuse. She said there was domestic abuse happening in the house and she called the police on me.
And
Jack, that's non-responsive.
Overruled.
and had you committed any abuse towards Miss Q that night?
No.
Is this one of the times that you mentioned before to the court that she was not being truthful in her testimony?
Yes.
Now, the court has the video from, in fact, multiple videos from November 20th, but let's talk about why were you wearing a camera from the time that she had filed for divorce to the night that she got arrested?
So the night before October 31st, October 30th, the day before Halloween, I had recorded her being extremely mean to my oldest son. And I was going to show her that video, just like, look what's happening here. What in the world? So I told her I recorded it. I disclosed that information to her. I said, I recorded this actions. So then she started assaulting me. trying to take my phone and told me to delete the video. And
Describe how she started assaulting you.
she was punching me anywhere she could. I was on the couch balled up, and she was chest, head, top of the head, stomach, wherever she could hit me at, she was hitting me, trying to get my phone from me.
Okay, sorry, continue.
And so-
Sorry. Continue
So
as
then-
to why you were wearing the camera.
Yeah, I have to explain the situation to get to that. So,
Objection, non-responsive.
Same.
What about that night made you start to wear the camera?
so after she assaulted me and then destroyed my tablet and threw my phone,
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. You may continue, sir.
after she destroyed my tablet and threw my phone in the creek, that early that next morning, she was awake in the office where she had been staying around 4 to 4:30 in the morning or so. And I went in there, obviously very disturbed, and I told her, "You owe me an apology." I said, "You owe me an apology for this. You shouldn't have been hitting me. You shouldn't have been doing that. You shouldn't have destroyed my stuff." And she said to me, "You were beating me." And that's when it snapped in my head. I was like, I'm done. I can no
What
longer-
snapped in your head?
I was not going to continue to try to mend our relationship. It was over to me. I knew she would never change.
And what about that mental revelation made you start filming her with a body cam?
Because she turned and literally said, straight faced, "You were assaulting me." And I was like, what the? And so I knew that if I wasn't having anything on recording, that was going to happen again. And lo and behold, it didn't even take much longer and it happened again. And which is what the incident that we have recorded on file.
Do you believe, let's talk about that night. There's some things that aren't on video. So that night after she called the police, do you remember what time the police arrived around November 20th?
Somewhere around 2 a.m, I believe.
So we're actually into the morning of the 21st at this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the police arrive and what happened?
I was immediately taken and put in the back of a police car. 4 or 5 cars, I believe, lights on, embarrassing as heck. I'm put in the back of a police car and because
Okay.
the police were called on me.
Objection, non-responsive at this point.
Same.
What,
Same.
while you were in the back of the car, did you speak to the police?
No.
Did you talk to the police at all?
Yes.
When did you speak to the police?
Maybe 20 minutes later after they finally got done speaking with her.
Okay.
They
What
came out.
did you tell the police?
They said, "What is your
What did-
story?"
That's
what
hearsay.
did-
It's an out-of-court statement. It's hearsay.
What
Sustained.
did
Listen.
you tell the police?
Thank you.
I told
Objection,
them,
that's hearsay.
Overruled.
I told them I have the whole thing on camera. Please watch it.
And from there, what did you observe the police do?
They took the SD card out, put it in their computer, and all of them just gathered around and they just watched the video of what happened. After
And
that,
after they watched the video, what happened then?
they let me out of the back of the truck, apologized, walked in and arrested her.
And at that point, where were you when they arrested her?
I was standing in the front yard.
Okay. And there are no videos of this because you've testified that you didn't install the cameras until after the incident. Is that correct?
Correct.
Objection, leading.
Same.
Did you? I'm going to start that over again. What, based on your experience in the back of that police car, what do you believe would have happened if you had not been wearing that body cam?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
Same.
What in your mind was worse? Your children seeing you recording your wife or being arrested falsely?
Objection leading and objection calls for speculation.
So what?
Overruled, all out.
Having my children watch their father get arrested, fall asleep would definitely have been worse than seeing me wearing a camera for that period of time. Yes.
Okay, let's get back to some finances. Last year, after the temporary orders hearing that were rendered in mid-January, you were ordered to vacate the residence, correct?
Yes.
What expenses were there to set up your new apartment?
I had to buy a little bit of the cheapest furniture I could. I bought new bed for the children. I bought something for myself to sleep on as well. I bought this table. And then obviously stocking with food.
And what about the apartment itself?
I had to pay, obviously, to pay down, your deposit. I believe it's the same amount as the rent, and then the rent itself.
And so will that deposit be applied to your last month's rent, or will you get that deposit back?
I think I can go both ways. I'm not 100% sure. I can't answer that honestly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how much did you pay for a deposit?
It was, I believe, $750.
So the same as your rent, your base rent?
That is the base part, yes.
Okay. So along with that, did you pay the 2020 HOA fees for the home?
Yes, yes.
So the only thing that's still outstanding are the 2021 HOA fees, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you were no longer paying the expenses for 2 residences, would you be able to cover that cost?
Yes.
Were you capable of complying with the court order to pay the bills during the temporary orders?
No.
Do you recall when you stopped contributing to your 401k? You started to say yesterday, but I'm not sure you actually told us the
Yeah,
date.
it was immediately after the hearing. I changed after the temporary hearing. So February is of 2020.
Okay, and there was nothing in the temporary orders that prohibited you from doing so, was there?
Judge, I'm gonna object. It's a mischaracterization of the order. So I'm gonna object, and it's leading.
Sustain the leading.
Okay. What, if anything, in the temporary orders made you believe that you couldn't do that?
Nothing to my knowledge.
Regarding the mortgage payment and your truck, what is the status of those loans?
So as of a week or 2 weeks ago, my truck is completely caught up now because of the bonus. And my mortgage has $4,400 roughly owed to it still. And it's also currently in forbearance. So I have some time to try and catch up on it.
And do you know how long the forbearance is going to last?
July.
And
I'm sorry, can I ask a quick question while you're thinking about that? Can you tell me the details of the forbearance plan? What does that mean? The no payment has to be made during this time until July, and it's getting wrapped at the end of the mortgage, or what is the forbearance agreement that, as you understand it?
Speaking to me, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's your payments are put on hold. So because you're in a financial strain, and you will owe that money to them at the end, but you can also make payments towards it if you're able to, but they're not going to penalize me and charge more late fees and things like that up to that point of July. And if I do not check in with them each month, talk to them about my status, then also they can penalize me as well. Does that help? Okay.
It does. Thank you. Ms. LaFever, your witness.
And what, if anything, have you told the mortgage company with regard to the bankruptcy?
Oh, they know I'm in bankruptcy.
How do they know?
It's on my files. And so when the first time I tried to make a mortgage payment actually is when they told me that I had to go to a different place to make the
Same.
payment.
Hold on, objection sustained. Don't tell me what the mortgage company told you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, the mortgage company is aware. Your income that is listed on your financial information statement, you addressed with the court that it does not include your potential bonuses going forward for this year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a good opportunity to discuss what is going on with your job right now.
Well, because of COVID, we had 22 jobs ready to start in Houston, and everybody has kind of pulled out. So currently, I am very limited in my options of where I'm going next. And my job, it's done now. So I've got to go somewhere next. And the only real viable option right now for me to continue with my job is going to be in Austin. There's, like I said before, there's a very slight chance that won't happen, but my company needs me there, and it's where the work is at right now. Unfortunately, that's the case.
And what is your education, Mr. Koo?
I've a little bit of college, graduated high school and a little bit of college.
Is this the only kind of job you've ever held?
In my professional career, yes, and so that was
Objection non-responsive.
Overruled. You may answer. You may continue answering.
as far as a career-wise, yes, I've had, when you're a young kid, you have other jobs and things like that.
Okay. How long have you been in this line of work?
Since I was 25,
And how old are you now?
Judge,
40.
I'm sorry, we froze, Judge. We didn't.
Who
we missed
froze?
that answer.
Oh, you missed that answer?
Yeah, well, or maybe we missed the question. We thought everybody else was frozen, but it wasn't. It was us.
All right. He basically just testified that he's been in this line of work since he was 25. He had some other odds and ends jobs when he was younger, but didn't go into detail.
And he's now 40.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are we good to go? Okay.
Yes.
And have you looked for other jobs in your line of work within Houston rather than having to transfer to Austin?
Yes.
Are there any available?
Not in this market right now. No, it's pretty tough.
Without this job, would you be able to pay the bankruptcy?
No,
Would you be able to pay the mortgage?
no.
Once again, I'm going to object. It would call for speculation.
Overruled.
If your job did move you to Austin, what, if any, efforts would you make to move back to Houston as soon as possible?
As soon as the job was over, I would definitely be putting myself slotted back in to go back to Houston. As soon as something opens up and available, I will putting my name on that board in Houston.
Alternatively, do you know Miss Koo's education?
Yes.
How old were y'all when you got together?
17.
And you've been together that whole time?
Minus some time in college, a year and a half in college.
And so, to your knowledge, what is Miss Koo's education?
She has a degree in entrepreneurship and strategic management with a minor in international business, I believe.
And to your knowledge, does Miss Koo have any job in Houston that would tie her here to Houston?
No.
To your knowledge, is Miss Koo employable in Austin, Texas?
Yes.
Objection, call for speculation.
Sustained.
What did you buy your children for Christmas this year?
I bought them some yo-yos and some tops.
And anything else?
No, that's it. Couldn't afford anything else.
Okay.
Responsive after no.
Sustained.
Prior to Ms. Koo filing for divorce on November 8th of 2019, what did a normal day in your household look like?
It was me at home after work.
Let's start with the morning and just let's go through the day.
Okay, morning time I would get up and a lot of times I would be preparing the children for school. If lunches need to be made, I would do that. If the clothes need to be laid out, usually it was laid out the day before.
Who did that?
We shared that. We shared that responsibility.
Okay.
And then, prep the kids for school, depending upon if it was something super pressing at work or not. I would either walk them to the bus stop or I would not walk them to the bus stop. It was, once again, it was shared. My job's pretty flexible with me and my time. They understand my family and they understand how important it is to me. So if I'm available to do that. So then they would go to school. And then
What time would they leave for school in the morning?
the bus is 7:34, I think. 7:34. Yeah.
Okay. And then what happened in the afternoon?
They would be at school, and I would come home from work, and just be with my children. And towards
What
the
time
end-
did you usually come home from work?
anywhere between 4 to 6, typically.
And what caused that fluctuation?
What time of the job it was. My job time demands are different within the span of the job. So, for instance, right now at the end of the job, I leave super early. But yeah, I would come home and then I would take care of the children, play with the children, make dinner for the children, do homework with the children, put the children to bed. Bedtime routine was mine. We're talking prior to everything going completely south. Is this correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So who cooked on a nightly basis?
It was a shared responsibility. I would cook a lot, but most of the time, honestly though, most of the time I was the one home in the evenings because Natalie would be out partying, drinking, or whatever she may be doing. So in the evenings, I was usually the only one there.
When you say evenings, what time are we talking?
As soon as I get home from work, she would be out the door.
Okay, so basically y'all would tag team. She would bring the kids home from school and then you would get them whenever she was done or whenever you got home.
No,
Sustained.
Who was with the kids prior to you coming home from work?
Natalie.
Okay. And how often was Natalie not there in the evening?
And on average, at least 3 nights of the week, at least.
And when you say week, do you mean weekdays or do you mean a
Weekdays.
7-day week?
No, weekdays.
Who did the kids' doctor's appointments?
But that was a shared responsibility as well.
And now that we've been under these temporary orders, what is the schedule like with your kids when they are in your possession?
So I picked them up from school on Thursdays. We come home. Thursday nights are homework nights. So they have homework all the way from Monday through Friday, but it's not due till Friday. And most of the time, my children like to reserve.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled.
So my children, especially my oldest and my middle child, they're the ones with the most homework. We do the homework on Thursdays. Thursday nights are weekdays. So weekdays, obviously video games aren't allowed. And then so each Thursday, one of my children gets to pick the activity night, whether it be a board game, whether it be watch a movie or something of that nature. bedtime routine starts at 7 o'clock. It's, unless it's a weekend or something special going on, bedtime routine starts at 7. We do our settle down, especially with my oldest child. He needs settle down time because he has to turn his brain off. And then bedtime anywhere between 8 to 8:30ish, about that. So that's our Thursdays. Fridays are a little different. They're allowed to stay up slightly longer. And then once again, it's playing. Since it's the weekend, start of the weekend, I will allow them some video game time. And we also do play video games together as well. It's fun. We have little family games we do, especially the ones that my daughter can be a part of. We like to draw. We like to sled down the hill in the back over there. We play with each other. We enjoy our time when we play, and it's cherished. There's not much of it, so.
During the weekdays, you said you do homework together. Are there any other things that you do as far as extracurricular activities with the kids?
Well, I mean, we like to do our own studying and we like to do, obviously competitions are because of COVID. We can't do that anymore from Rubik's Cube, unfortunately. I like to go camping with my kids a lot. I'm not sure if this, we like to do that. We like to go fishing together. We do lots of outdoor activities like that. And with my son, we like to do, we've built a couple of little models, NASA models together. And, when you say extracurricular, it's really hard because this year's been COVID. So it's.
Well, then let's talk about pre-COVID. What were the kids into prior to COVID?
Oh, we did soccer. I was their coach, my son's coach for soccer.
Which son?
Kale. We did the choir with Kai.
Who is it? It was Kai. Okay.
Kai, yes. And I'm so sorry I don't know how to handle this, but I really need to use the bathroom really quick. Is that okay?
All right, let's take a 5-minute break for everybody to go get water or go to the restroom. We're off the
Sorry.
restroom.
Okay.
It's the case of the missing limbs.
I'm impressed you still have a Texans cup.
Only because I've just been too stubborn to go buy new Tervis cups. I have a JJ Watt one too that someone gave me years ago, and it's just shoved to a back corner.
Right.
Okay. I apologize. Sorry.
My husband
No problem.
actually took my good cup. I have the big one from the hospital, but he's got it today.
I recognize that hospital cup. Baylor or Methodist?
No, Texas Women's.
Oh, that's where my sister graduated from. I need to stop drinking so much water. That's making me.
Man, I can't help it.
Yeah. I drink about 210 ounces a day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's significantly more than me.
I'm outside all day too, so I sweat and.
That does make sense. I sincerely apologize if you guys hear my kids start screaming. It's almost about that time of day.
Not fair. Oh, shoot.
So for the lawyers, we're going to go right up until like 4:55 or so today, just like we did yesterday, and we'll shut down by 5.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're back on the record in the Q matter. Ms. LaFever, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, what is your work schedule like on a day-to-day basis?
I go to work. Once again, it's really hard because it's not typical with construction. I don't have the same schedule as everybody, but let's say it's typical.
Non-responsive.
Overall, you may continue, sir.
We're going to go with high peak construction point. So be there by 7, and depending upon time, the latest I would be there would be anywhere between 5 and 6. Before that, it's usually I can leave by 4. But an average day, that's what I can do.
Okay. And how flexible, if at all, is your work schedule?
Extremely. Yes.
Could you describe the kind of flexibility that you have with regard to that schedule?
Well, my company takes very seriously family first, and it's an amazing opportunity to work for somebody like that. Anytime I need to do anything, I can go do it with my children. If they're sick, if they need to be picked up, if they have an appointment. For instance, I leave at 2:00 on Thursdays to get in line to pick up my children, because the line otherwise will be an hour and a half long to pick them up from car riders line. I leave at 2:00 every Thursday. If I need to bring my children to work with me or something, they can sit in my office and I can just do computer work from there.
How often do your children come to your construction sites?
Well, leading up to this, they were there a lot, at least once a week, because Natalie would be doing something on Friday, whether it be tennis or hair or whatever it may be that she's doing on that Friday. Even though it was her day off, they would be with me. Most of the time it was Sonora, because the 2 boys were in school. She would just be up there with me at work. Or if something was the matter, or Natalie was upset at the kids or didn't feel like watching them that day, they would also be
non-responsive at this point.
Same.
Okay. What are your concerns about Natalie being the conservator with the exclusive right to designate the primary residence of the children?
Natalie likes to move. She likes to change. She doesn't like to be in one place for very long. This is probably the longest we've been in one place in a very long time.
Non-responsive.
Sustained.
What are your concerns if the court were to appoint Natalie with the exclusive right to designate the primary residence? What are your concerns if Natalie is the primary parent and you are granted a standard possession order?
There's a lot of concerns.
What are they?
Well, number one, the mental health of my children is the first and foremost.
What makes you concerned about their mental health?
Because I'll give a pretty recent example of something that she did to Sonora.
Objection, non-responsive.
Same.
What are your concerns about her affecting the mental health of your children?
Natalie teaches my children by example, that love is conditional.
Okay, how does she do that? Do you have an example of how she does that?
Yes. When she was speaking with my children on the phone, she made my son put it on speakerphone. So I heard all of this. She tells Kai to put the phone on speaker because Sonora didn't feel like talking to her that night. Now, I try to encourage them to at least say, I love you and good night. If they don't feel like talking, I say, at least tell your mother, I love you and good night. So that's the way I try to promote, just at least tell your
Objection,
mother.
non-responsive.
Same.
Okay, so what happened that night when she was put on speakerphone with Sonora?
Sonora didn't want to talk. So Natalie says, Sonora, you have to talk to me. Sonora said, no. Natalie says to Sonora,
Objection, hearsay.
Zane, don't tell me what your daughter said.
Only tell us what Natalie said, what you heard Natalie say.
okay.
So what did you hear
Natalie-
Natalie say?
Natalie then proceeded to tell Sonora that if she did not speak with her on the phone, then she would no longer write her love notes in her lunchbox. And
And how did you see Sonora respond?
she immediately started bawling and ran to her room and cried for an hour and a half straight.
Is this the only example that you have seen of Natalie doing such things?
No.
Are there
Mm.
other examples you can provide to the court that you have seen?
Yes.
What
So,
else have you seen?
And another incident, I believe I spoke of this the first time, was she called me. I was at work and told me I need to come home. My son was being an asshole. And then as I'm coming home, I'm driving past the field out by the house. My son is out there with his little Swiss Army knife and some paracord trying to make a trap for animal because he's run away. I get him back in. Natalie literally said to him when he ran off,
Judge, I'm gonna
He said-
object. That would be hearsay.
Let's sustain at this point.
When you got home, this is with Kale?
yes.
Okay, when you got home with Kale, what did Natalie say?
No, she told me this. This is not hearsay. She
What
said
did Natalie tell you?
she opened the door and told him to go. And he ran off. And my child's out there in the field after his mother tells him to go.
And has the relationship with Natalie and Kale always been strained?
Yes.
Objection, I don't think he's qualified to render that opinion. And it's leading.
Saying the leading.
Do you have any other examples of her emotional abuse of the children?
Yes.
Leading an objection and assumes facts not in evidence that
It's a continuation of the previous question, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. You may answer that, sir. Do you have any other examples?
Yes. So another
What
thing,
other examples do you have of her emotional abuse of the children?
another thing would be by always telling my oldest son, literally in front of my other two children, that he's the smartest. That's not healthy. You don't say that to your children in front of the other children. How does that make the other two feel? There's a, with Kale telling, oh, I wasn't there firsthand, but
So what other concerns, do you have any concerns? What concerns, if any, do you have with regard to the physical safety of the children in Natalie's possession?
well, when she's drinking so much and
objection non-responsive.
Isn't that exactly?
I think he's answering, but sir, listen carefully to the question. Just answer the question that's asked.
What, if anything, are your concerns regarding the physical safety of the children in your wife's possession?
I'm concerned that if she won't be available for them due to alcohol, and I don't know where they're at, or I don't know where she's at, and something were to happen with them, then I would not be able to get there to take care of them in time. I wouldn't even know. I'm concerned that she would drink and drive with them again. I'm concerned.
It assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustain.
What knowledge do you have regarding her drinking and driving with the children?
She literally has told me in text.
Judge, can we get a time frame?
Sustain.
When did she tell you that she had driven with the kids after drinking?
November of 2019.
Okay, so you said that she would not tell you where you are. Has this been, what if any issues have you had in the past with regard to knowing where the children are?
Well, perfect example was this past November. I didn't even know they were out of state until I talked to my children a couple of days later after the phone was answered, and I found out they're out of state. I don't know. A lot of times when I call, it can go to 2 to 3 days in a row that she will not answer my phone calls. And so I don't know what's going on. I don't know where they're at. I'll send emails. I'll try to call my son's tablet.
And with regard to them leaving the state without your knowledge, do you think that's good co-parenting?
No,
And prior to Ms. Ku's testimony yesterday, had you been provided any of the names of the caregivers for the children?
no,
Had you requested them?
yes,
Do you think that is good parenting, co-parenting?
no,
You described the physical violence that happened to you on October 30th of 2019.
yes.
Other than October 30th and the November 20th incident that you've previously testified to, have there been any other physical violence between yourself and Natalie?
Yes.
What other physical violence has occurred between yourself and Natalie?
The most recent one before that was when she threw a Yeti cup at my head.
When was that?
That was probably 8 months prior to that, I think. Or
Prior
6
to what?
months prior to October.
Okay.
She threw a fork at me and stabbed me in the foot.
When was that?
That was a couple years ago, at least.
A couple years from today, or a couple years
No,
from?
before that. I would have to guesstimate 5-6 years before that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you heard Ms. Ku state that she slapped you in self-defense. Did you hear her testimony to that?
Yes.
Would you please tell the court what happened that night and your recounting of the events?
Yes. I recorded her saying mean things, what I felt was mean things to my children, and I told her that I did that. So she got really upset, tried to get my phone from me, and that's when she started punching me when I was on the couch. She kept telling me I need to delete the video. So then she ran around and grabbed my work iPad from the kitchen countertop, started smashing it over the countertop. I ran over there to go stop her. I grabbed the thing. That's when she punched me again. This time she got me in the face. She went to go swing again. That's when I grabbed her arm. And in doing so, it did knock her back against the wall a little bit, but I never struck her. And so then she hit me with the other hand across the face and then tried to take my phone, and she went to go throw my phone, and I grabbed her arm again. She tried to throw my phone into the TV. And then that's what happened. And then she took my phone and ran out the door with it and just left, and then ended up throwing it in the creek down the street to try to delete the video.
So, and this was the October 30th date?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever yelled at Ms. Ku in front of the children?
I can't honestly say no. I'm sure we've gotten into arguments, but I try to always curb.
Same.
Since this case has been pending, have you ever yelled at Ms. Ku in front of the children?
Oh, no.
With regard to Ms. Ku's allegation that you appear at the house uninvited repeatedly, when, if ever, have you gone to the house since Ms. Ku was awarded exclusive right to the residence? When have you gone uninvited?
I have gone, yes, twice. The first time was wintertime-ish because it involved a coat. After I dropped the children off, I noticed that Sonora had left her extra coat because she had one in her backpack already on the floor in my truck. And that was the one that Natalie sent with us, so I had to return it. So on my way back from dropping them off at school, I dropped it off at the house on the front porch.
Was Miss Koo there at the time, to your knowledge?
No,
And when was the other time that you went to the house?
that was right after my son's birthday. I bought him a
Which son? When was that?
Kai in November.
Okay, November
uh,
of 2020?
Well, when they got back is at the first time I saw him. So it might have even gone into December because it was after I saw him after Thanksgiving break.
Okay, so of last year, 2020?
Yes.
Okay,
So I
and
bought
what
him-
happened? Why did you go to the house?
I bought him a puzzle and he really, really wanted to take it with him to his mother's. So I said yes.
Hearsay?
Sustain.
Why did you go to the house?
To drop off a toy for my son.
And to your knowledge, was Miss Koo at the house when you dropped off the puzzle?
No, she was not.
Did you go inside?
No,
Where'd you leave the puzzle?
on top of some Amazon boxes.
Where?
Oh, at the front porch.
Okay.
Sorry.
right. And other than that, has there been any other times that you have gone to the house uninvited?
I thought of one last night. I said two before. My son accidentally left his homework folder at the house on a Thursday. So I drove to the house when she was not home. It was around 3:30, 3:45. This was just a couple of weeks ago. They have a key to the house. They went in and got their folder. He went in and got his folder and came back out.
Okay, and you did not enter the residence?
No, I stayed in my truck.
And to your knowledge, Miss Koo wasn't there at the time?
She was not home.
Prior to Miss Koo filing for divorce on November 8th of 2019, could you describe the relationship between the two of you?
It was not good.
How do you mean not good?
Well, she was always drinking and partying and going out. And I was trying to, at that point, I was still trying to mend the relationship. She was very dismissive.
Dismissive of what?
Of me, myself and my feelings.
How so?
Well, she did not care that I was, number one, I would be concerned about her going out and partying and drinking with everybody, especially if she would go out without her ring on and go to the bars. She spent an inordinate amount of time with a couple of the fellas from the softball team.
And how was she dismissive?
Whenever I would ask her to please wear your ring, please, I would like to spend more time with you. She didn't care. She said no. And she would get angry at me if I would ask her to wear her ring, telling me I was being controlling. It was very unhealthy. And I was trying to, at that point, I thought, unfortunately, that I could try to repair it and try to make her see the ways of her actions. She was always hungover on Fridays because Thursday night was her biggest drinking night. It was Thursday nights and obviously Saturdays because she'd be hungover Fridays, so she wouldn't drink as much. And so that's why a lot of the times I would have the children with me at work on Fridays, specifically Sonora mostly.
And during these times, what did you bring to her with regard to your feelings that she was dismissive of?
As far as I was going through a program by myself, marriage counseling program by myself, because she refused to do it. And part of
non-responsive.
Sustain.
What did you bring to her with regard to your feelings that
I would
she
write
was
her notes and
dismissive?
letters, and I would also have conversations.
And what did she do?
Ignore them. Tell me that it was stupid. Why would I be doing that? It's completely disregard.
You would hand her a note and she would tell you it was stupid?
Yeah. Why would you write this? It's pointless.
And pointless with regard to what?
My feelings, our marriage.
Why didn't you file for divorce at that point?
Is that at that point, under that circumstance, she was all I believed I had
Why did you believe that?
because of the indoctrination over the years of being made to feel like that, of
How did she behave in the past that made you feel that way?
everything I did was never enough for her, no matter what.
How did she communicate that to you?
She would literally tell me, that's not
So
good enough.
could you
need to
give us
do
an
more."
example of one of those instances?
For instance, okay, let me think of a good example of that. Okay, we go on vacation, right? To Ireland and to England.
Judge, can we get a time frame?
When was this?
This was my son was 3, so
Which son?
Kai. This was 7 years ago. Okay, I spent so much money we spent on this vacation. Come back, literally tells me we don't travel enough. Why don't we take me on more vacations? I'm like, we just went on one. I know it sounds minute, but it's things like that over and over and over, telling me that my children are happier if I'm not around them, telling me that she's happier if I were to work more because I could make more money. She's telling me that,
I'm going to object. I think it's non-responsive at this point.
Sustained.
What things did she say to you that made you feel that way?
well, she would directly tell me I wasn't enough all the time.
And there is an injunction in your temporary orders regarding co-sleeping.
Yes,
Who was it in your marriage that wanted the kids to sleep with you?
that was Natalie.
And in the video, I believe it's the video marked video 5, the one of the night of the incident. There is a period where she is in the living room playing music. Do you recall that?
Yes,
How often did you see her behave that way?
on a weekly basis.
And which part of that behavior did you see on a weekly basis?
Coming home drunk in the middle of the night, being very loud and disruptive, trying to annoy me on purpose, just to get a rise out of me.
And how long had that been going on prior to the night she was arrested?
It had been going on for quite some time, at least 3 months of that level of it.
Do you when Kale went to the hospital,
Yes.
how did Natalie contact you initially with regard to what had happened?
She emailed me and then sent a text saying I emailed you.
So did you consider Kale trying to hurt himself to be an emergency?
Yes.
Do you believe that Natalie thought that it was an emergency?
Objection, I'd call for speculation as to what she thought.
Sustained.
Do you believe it's good co-parenting to send an email about something so emergent instead of calling the other parent?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
The text messages between yourself and Natalie were previously admitted. These are gigantic. Can you see that? Oh, nope, you can't. There we go. Is that better? Can y'all see that?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So in this email course or in this text message correspondence, Ms. Koo tells you that she's provided the paperwork to the hospital staff. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
What concerns, if any, do you have with regard to the injunctions being mutual going forward based on this interaction?
I believe she always used that as
Does
a
anyone
tool.
object? It would call for speculation that starts with I believe.
Overruled, you may answer that.
She uses that as a tool against me, and when I did nothing wrong in regards to that, in regards to the restraining or injunctions, she likes to use that again on not just this time, but on multiple occasions, as y'all have seen throughout the emails about her saying she wasn't comfortable and not allowing me to come see the kid, some hug Sonora, or in this instance, telling a hospital staff that she was scared of me. And
Whose actions initiated this injunction in the first place?
Judge, I'm going to object. That would call for speculation.
Sustained.
After the incident on November 20th of 2019, you sought a protective order, correct?
yes,
In that protective order, you requested that Natalie be prohibited from having contact with you. Isn't that correct?
yes,
Are you still asking that she be prohibited from having contact with you?
yes.
What do you think is a continuing threat that would justify that injunction?
I believe
I'm going to object. I don't want to try anything by consent, and I don't know that there's a pleading on file for that. I think we'll stipulate to 100 feet, the same injunction that's in the temporary orders, but I don't want to try anything that's
Yeah,
unilateral.
I didn't see a request for permanent injunctions in either pleading, either side's pleading.
Sorry, Judge,
I
what'd you say?
understand y'all. I understand y'all can talk about whether or not y'all want to stipulate to that injunction. But anyways, I'm not going to weigh in on that until
Okay.
my rule. Y'all can talk about that.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Okay.
You may continue.
Okay, and I've got the wrong thing up, sorry, and I'm screen sharing is paused. But this is a really smart thing, isn't it? Back to this. Okay, so what, if anything, has changed with regard to your mental state from the time of filing this lawsuit to now?
I am in such a better place right now.
How so?
It's an amazing feeling because after the initial time and the trauma that I was going through, and I was struggling, like I said to Mr. Mahoney before, I literally would start crying because people would offer me help and support, and I had forgotten what that felt like. After learning that people do still love me and that I wasn't unloved like I had been made to feel, and that my children do love me and they need me as much as that, and as much as I thought they did and as much as I loved them, I started using Dr. Carter because I couldn't afford therapy. So I would do an online YouTube therapy. Dr. Les Carter, it's called Surviving Narcissism. And through his lessons, I have grown so strong in learning how I had been controlled and how I
Judge, I'm going to object. I think it's non-responsive at this point. And I think it would call for hearsay as well.
Sustained. I think we're getting off topic. Next question.
When was the last time you received a bill from Kale's therapist?
That was the last bill I got was I think in October, but go ahead, sorry.
And that bill was for a session when?
Objection and call for hearsay.
It's my client's
Well,
firsthand knowledge. When was the session for that was billed in October?
What the Kai's was for April and Kale's was for June.
Have you received any other receipts for payment from Natalie since that October bill?
No.
Did you receive that bill from Natalie?
Yes.
Okay. Have you received any correspondence from Natalie since April, since the time that Kale started seeing a therapist? Did you ever receive any notification from Natalie with regard to scheduling therapy?
In regards to scheduling therapy, no.
What, if any, correspondence did you receive from Natalie with regard to Kale's discharge from the hospital?
None.
In the text message from Natalie, she stated, at the end of this text message thread, that she got done with the eval and that she would forward the info once she had it together. Did you receive anything from her after that message with regard to the evaluation and the message and the information that she is discussing in this text message?
No.
Did you receive any notifications from Natalie with regard to therapies being scheduled after April of this past year?
No.
In the exhibit that's been marked as R46, this is an email between you and Natalie where you ask for information regarding the children direct physical possession after school. Did you ever receive a response other than contact your attorney?
No.
Is that your idea of good co-parenting?
No.
You stated in your prior testimony that you heard Natalie say that she didn't have to talk to you about medical decisions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was that while Kale was in the hospital?
When she said that,
Yes.
could you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
Did you say, what did you hear her say with regard to her rights while Kale was in the hospital, that she was able to make decisions without you?
Because
What did you hear?
I'm gonna object to it's leading, and can we get a time? I don't know what.
It's prior testimony. I'm just trying to clean it up. And it's when Kale was in the hospital. We already have a date.
Overruled.
Okay,
What did she tell you with regard to her decision-making of Kale while he was in the hospital?
that she was going to do it.
And you previously stated that she said that she had exclusive right. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did she consult you in any way prior to making decisions for Kale?
No.
What, if any, concerns do you have if Natalie is granted the exclusive right to make those decisions in the future?
I think that she'll do whatever she wants without asking me or consulting me first. I feel like I won't be I feel like I won't be part of the conversation. I have more examples of it than that.
And when was the first time that you saw Kale once you got to the hospital that night?
I walked in and I saw him. I think it was,
Jackson calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I'm just trying to remember the exact time. It was probably around close to midnight, 11 to midnight-ish. That's when I first,
And so around midnight, what happened after you saw him around midnight?
he ran straight to me and gave me a big hug.
And what happened after that?
I was obviously hugging him, loving him, kissing him, and then I don't know what I can say because this is what the doctor, what did I see happen with the doctors, or what did they tell me?
What did you see happen? After you saw Kale in that moment, did you stay in the room? Did you leave? What
Oh,
happened?
yeah. So I hugged him, and then Natalie stated to me that I had to leave. And I said, I'm here for my son. This, he's important. I basically repeated what I said in those text messages. And she said, if you're not leaving, then I'm leaving. So then that's when you'll see that she left. And excuse me, that's when she stated that she would call her, she stated in her previous testimony that she called her lawyer.
Okay, so, and then she
No, no,
came back
Jeff-
how long after?
I'll wait.
She came back how long after?
A few hours later.
Okay. Do you, in your mind, equate the freeze that happened in February as an equal emergency to your son being hospitalized?
Not at all. No.
Now, Mr. Mahoney talked a lot with you about the correspondence between you and Ms. Koo on February 17th and 18th regarding the freeze.
Yes.
In the email that you sent to Ms. Koo, what else could it mean when you stated that unless something unexpected happens, I will be able to provide for these needs?
It literally means exactly that. There's nothing else it could mean.
And these needs, was that referring to the previous sentence that said, you know firsthand that it is not best for our children that they don't have electricity or running water, and I agree?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Sustain.
How many times do you think you need to answer Ms. Koo before you can stop responding to her invasive questions?
One time I should be able to just answer her once.
And with your first and second response, did you feel that you had done that?
Yes.
And the next day, when through your lawyers, you corresponded at 12:30 that afternoon, confirming that you had water and gas, did you think it was resolved?
Yes.
And it was discussed that you didn't understand the order, the temporary orders with regard to Sonora's birthday, correct?
Yes.
But Ms. Koo never clarified that you actually could pick them up at 6, did she?
No.
And in fact, in her message to you, she said it violated the orders, didn't she?
Judge, I'm
Yes.
going to object. That's an absolute mischaracterization of the exhibit.
It's,
All right,
I mean, the court will be able to read it for itself.
court will review the evidence. So the objection is overruled.
Okay. On a weekend,
Judge, can I get some clarification as to what exhibit she's talking about? Because I don't know. I don't have an exhibit that says that she says that he can't pick up the child on her birthday.
on R44 that you stipulated to admit, it says, no, this violates the orders and I am not comfortable with that.
Okay. You talking about the 8 a.m. where he's wanting to come at 8 a.m.?
I'm talking about R44, and I think the judge has already said that he will review the evidence, so I was just going to move on.
Oh, okay.
And with regard to the freeze, Mr. Koo, were you familiar with your temporary orders at that time?
In regards to the free, as familiar as I could be, yes.
Okay.
I felt the rest.
And at that time, what was your understanding with regard to that Friday while the children were not in school? What was your understanding of the possession schedule on that Friday?
Well, since they weren't in school, then technically if they're off, then that would be my day.
Did you understand that at the time?
No,
Okay. And did Ms. Koo in any way cooperate with that recommendation or bring to your attention that that's what the temporary order said?
no,
Instead, Ms. Koo offered to give you a break by keeping them over the weekend. Is that correct?
yes,
And then offered for you to pick them up at noon on Friday. Isn't that correct?
yes.
Ms. LaFever, let me know whenever you're about to transition to a new topic. We're going to go ahead and break once you get to that point.
Okay, I think I have two more questions and then we can wrap it up for today. As far as the freeze went, so you had possession of them on Thursday, the 18th. And when did the kids call Natalie next?
Friday morning. She called us Friday morning.
And did you facilitate that phone call?
Yes.
Did all of the kids talk to her?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
All right, I will wrap that up for today, Judge.
All right, we will resume tomorrow at 1:30, and y'all can just report directly into the Zoom.
Thank you,
Thank
Judge.
you. We're going off
Thank
the
you.
record.
Yes, sir.